say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Right, quick, march.
Gordon M. Ameth, Jr.
Edelmiro Abad.
Marie Rose Abad.
Andrew Anthony Abate.
Vincent Paul Abate.
Lawrence Christopher Abel.
Alana Abraham.
William F. Abrahamson.
Richard Anthony Aceto.
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman.
Paul Aquaviva.
Christian Adams.
Donald Leroy Adams.
Patrick Adams.
Shannon Lewis Adams.
Stephen George Adams.
Ignatius Udo Adanga.
Christy A. Adamo.
Terrence Edward Adderley, Jr.
Sophia B. Otto.
Lee Adler.
Daniel Thomas Aflito.
Emmanuel Akwazi Afakwa.
Alok Agarwal.
Mukul Kumar Argawala.
Joseph Agnello.
Davis Scott Agnes.
Joao Alberto de Fonseca Aguiar Jr.
Brian G. Ahern.
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern.
Joanne Marie Aliadatis.
Sabir Ahmed.
Terrence Andre Klein.
Godwin O. Ajala.
Trudy Alagero.
Andrew Alameno.
Margaret Ann Alario,
Gary M. Albero,
John Leslie Albert,
Peter Craig Alderman,
and my brother-in-law, Daniel Francis McGinley. Danny, you are in our hearts every day. Your 5 now adult children, Terrence, Maddie, Peter, Ann, and Pat, are thriving. Like you, and with Peggy's guidance, they are kind, caring, and very fun people, succeeding in their careers and in life. We celebrate you all today.
and my father, John Leslie Albert. I was 13 years old in September of 2001. We had a wonderful relationship to date, but I ask, how well does a 13-year-old boy really know his father? The reality is that I, along with countless other children who lost parents, missed out on countless memories, moments, conversations. So while the grief recedes a bit with time, the permanent absence of my father is just as palpable today as it ever was.
Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick.
David D. Alger,
Ernest Alakakos.
Edward L. Allegretto,
Eric Allen.
Joseph Ryan Allen,
Richard Dennis Allen.
Richard L. Allen,
Christopher E. Allingham.
Anna S. W. Allison,
Janet Marie Alonzo.
Anthony Alvarado,
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Brito,
Telma E. Alvier.
Cesar Amoranto Alviar,
Tariq Amanula.
Angelo Amaranto,
James M. Amato.
Joseph Amatuccio,
Paul W. Ambrose.
Christopher Charles Amoroso,
Craig Scott Amundsen.
Kazuhiro Anai,
Calixto Anyaya Jr.
Joseph P. Anchondia,
Kermit Charles Anderson.
Yvette Constance Anderson,
John Jack Andraccio.
Michael Ork Andrews,
Jean Ann Andrucki.
Hugh Nya Ang,
Joseph Angelini Sr.
Joseph John Angelini Jr.,
David Lawrence Engel.
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel,
Laura Angeletta.
Doreen J. Angusani,
Lorraine Antigua.
Seima David Aoyama,
And my cousin,
and my husband Cesar Amoranto Alviar. September 11, 2022 is the 21st year anniversary. We are here gathered to commemorate the loss of our loved ones, gone but will never be forgotten. Cesar Alviar will be remembered as a kind, loving, and humble person to family and friends. Your legacy will remain in our hearts forever. He is a guardian angel to me and to my children, Christopher, Janina, and Gemma, my grandchildren, Riley, James, Grayson, Mina, Maxwell, and my daughter-in-law, Faith, and son-in-laws, Eric and Mark. We miss and love you so much. And thank you all to those who organized involving this yearly memory service for us. God bless the victims and God bless America.
and to my cousin, John DiGiovanni, victim of the '93 World Trade Center bombing. John, I was 4 years old. I remember you clear as day. I love you and I miss you. And to my other cousin, Kurt Wolfgruber, he died in 2019 from cancer. He was the chairman for the Voices of 9/11. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have this opportunity to speak the way we do and remember our loved ones. Everyone in front of us is a new family. It took a tragedy to create this new family. And I want to remind everyone over there, our politicians and elected leaders surrounded by a border right now, it took a tragedy to unite our country. Back then, no one cared if you were Republican, Democrat, age, gender, race, ethnicity. We were united. It took a tragedy to unite us. And I want to remind all of you there, it should not take another tragedy to unite our nation. Because if I have to stand at this podium again or another podium for another event because of lives lost, because of dereliction of duty, it's gonna hurt, just like it hurts me. I want to thank everyone for being here, and I'm going to continue doing this until the day that I die, and I'm joined with my family up there. God bless America. Thank you.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Faustino Apostle Jr.
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Patrick Michael Araños.
David Gregory Arche.
Michael George Archinsky.
Louis Arena.
Barbara Jean R. Steggy.
Adam P. Arias.
Michael J. Armstrong.
Jack Charles Aran.
Joshua Todd Aaron.
Richard Avery Arano.
Myra Joy Aronson.
Japhet Jesse Arier.
Carl Francis Asaro.
Michael A. Asiak.
Michael Edward Asher.
Janice Marie Ashley.
Thomas J. Ashton.
Manuel O. Asidambe.
Greg A. Atlas.
Gerald Thomas Atwood.
James Ortefred.
Louis F. Aversano Jr.
Ezra Aviles.
Sandy Ayala.
Arlene T. Babakitas.
Eustace R. Backus.
John J. Badakliaka.
Jane Ellen Basler.
Robert J. Bearwalter.
Andrew J. Bailey.
Brett T. Bailey.
Garnet Ace Bailey.
Tatiana Bakalinskaya.
Michael S. Backish.
Sharon M. Balcom.
Michael Andrew Bain.
Catherine Bantis.
And my big brother, Joseph Michael Giacconi. 21 years, 21 seconds. The anger is still there. The pain is still there. The grief is not something you check off on a list and finish. It's the new normal. Joe, I held your first baby grandson in my arms. You should have been holding him. We love you and we miss you.
My fighter Jimmy Riches. Uncle Jimmy, I am so proud to be named after you. You are my hero. I wish I could have met you because you sound like so much fun when we talk about you. I love sports just like you. My dad told me that you would love to watch me play basketball. You're always in my heart, and I know you are watching over me and all of your nieces and nephews. God bless America.
Firefighter Gerard Baptiste.
Walter Barron.
Assistant Chief Gerard A. Barbara.
Paul Vincent Barbaro.
James William Barbella.
Victor Daniel Barbosa.
Christine Jonna Barbuto.
Colleen Ann Barkow.
David Michael Barkway.
Matthew Barnes.
Melissa Rose Barnes.
Sheila Patricia Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Firefighter Arthur Thaddeus Barry.
Diane G. Barry.
Port Authority Police Officer Maurice Vincent Barry.
Scott D. Bart.
Carlton W. Bartels.
Guy Barsby.
Ina B. Basina.
Alicia Christine Burton Basmajian.
Kenneth William Baznicki.
Stephen Joseph Bates.
Paul James Battaglia.
W. David Bauer.
Ivan Luis Carpio Bautista.
Marlon Capito Batista.
Mark Lawrence Bavis.
Jasper Baxter.
Lorraine G. Bay.
Michelle Beal.
Todd M. Beamer.
Paul Frederick Bettini.
Jane S. Beatty.
Alan Anthony Bevan.
Lawrence Ira Beck.
Manette Marie Beckles.
Firefighter Carl John Badigian.
Michael Ernest Beekman.
And my uncle, Firefighter Joseph Patrick Henry. Uncle Joey, although I never got to meet you, I've heard stories about your great sense of humor and how we would have had many laughs with you as our uncle. We know you are always watching over us. Thank you for being our guardian angel and hero.
And my brother from Local 3, James Marcel Cartier. Local 3 lost 17 members that day. God bless Local 3. God bless America. Lester Marino, Tommy Ashton, and a very good friend of mine's dad, Kenneth Watson. God bless America.
J. Belkey.
Yelena Belowski.
Nina Patrice Bell.
Debbie S. Bellows.
Stephen Elliott Belson.
Paul N.
Benedetti. Denise Lenore Benedetto.
Brian Craig Bennett.
Eric L. Bennett.
Oliver Bennett.
Margaret L. Benson.
Dominic J.
Berardi. James Patrick Berger.
Stephen Howard Berger.
John P. Bergen.
Alvin
Bergson. Daniel David Bergstein. Graham Andrew Berkeley. Michael J. Berkeley.
Donna
M. Bernards. David W. Bernard.
William H.
Bernstein. David M. Beret.
David Shelby Barry.
Joseph John Berry.
Willem Louise Besky.
Yanuth Vitru.
Timothy D. Betterly.
Carolyn Mayer Bug.
Edward Frank B.A.
Paul Michael Bayer.
Anil Talaram Barbani.
Bella J. Bacan.
Shani D.
Beagleson. Peter Alexander Bielfeld.
Willem G. Bigart.
Ryan Eugene Bilcher.
Mark Bigham.
Carl Vincent Beanie.
And my papa, Michael Sean Curtin.
And my father, NYPD ESU Truck 2 Sergeant and USMC Sergeant Major Michael Sean Curtin. We miss you every day, and God bless America.
Gary Eugene Bird.
Joshua David Birnbaum.
George John Bishop.
Chris Romeo Bushundat.
Jeffrey Donald Bittner.
Albert Balewa Blackman Jr.
Christopher Joseph Blackwell.
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn.
Susan Lee Blair.
Harry Blanding Jr.
Janice Lee Blaney.
Craig Michael Blass.
Rita Blau.
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.
Michael Andrew Bacardi.
John Paul Bacci.
Michael L. Bocino.
Susan M. Bacchino.
Diora Francis Bodley.
Bruce Douglas Bohm.
Mary Catherine Murphy Baffa.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Boiseau.
Vincent M. Boland Jr.
Tori Hamzavi Balorchi.
Alan Bondarenko.
Andre Bonner Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonnet.
Frank J. Bonomo.
Yvonne Lucia Bonomo.
Sean Booker Sr.
Kelly Ann Booms.
Canfield D. Boone.
Mary Jane Booth.
Sherry Ann Bordeaux.
Christine Boranabe.
Jerry J. Borg.
Martin Michael Borchevsky.
Richard Edward Bosco.
And my uncle, Captain Brian C. Hickey, Rescue Company 4. Uncle Brian, when you were taken away from us, left a void that's impossible to fill. But you did leave us with memories that we'll cherish forever and values that we'll uphold and pass down for generations. You're still here because all that you stood for and believed in now lives on through us. And we hope that you're looking down with pride. We love you, we miss you, and we thank you. And we thank all the first responders, the true heroes who sacrificed their lives on that day and on days beyond. Thank you.
Ray and Reese, if Grandpa were here today, he'd tell you to be kind, be strong, and hold the door for others. He'd also tell you to remember to enjoy your Reese's peanut butter cups with your friends. And most of all, he'd remind you to remind Grandpa his sauce was better.
Klaus Bolt.
Carol Marie Bouchard.
J. Howard Bolton.
Francisco Eligio Bordier.
Thomas Harold Baldwin Jr.
Donna M. Bowen.
Kimberly S. Bowers.
Veronique Nicole Bowers.
Larry Bowen.
Sean Edward Bowman Jr.
Kevin L. Bowser.
Gary R. Box.
Gennady Boyarsky.
Pamela Boyce.
Helen P. Boyle.
Michael Boyle.
Alfred J. Braca.
Sandra Kennedy Brace.
Kevin U. Brecken,
Sandy Webb Bradshaw.
David Brian Brady,
Alexander Brzezinski.
and my nephew, Rocco Nino Gargano, Tower 1, Cantor Fitzgerald. Nino, one word I'd like to say. You will be never forget, like 9/11. That's a terrible day, but unfortunately you will be one of the best calendar never I ever forget in my entire life. And Nino, one thing I'm sure, I was there from day one looking for you from the first hour I received a phone call. And unfortunately I become cancer patient. I'm sure I'm survived 12-year cancer stage 4. And thanks to you looking over me. And my prayer would be for all the people who lost their life, including the NYPD, the fire department, and all the citizens. God bless America, and thank you to all of you to be in the prayer today. Nino, don't forget to look over your mom. She's by herself, and she never forget 1 minute of her life. You always there in the house, and wherever she goes, and whatever, be able to take her. God bless you again. God bless America. Nichols W. Brandemarty,
Daniel Raymond Brandhorst.
David Reed Gamboa, Bransford,
Michelle Renee Braden.
Patrice Broad,
Lydia Estelle Bravo.
Ronald Michael Breitweiser,
Edward A. Brennan III.
Frank H. Brennan,
Michael E. Brennan.
Peter Brennan,
Thomas Moore Brennan.
Daniel J. Brettil,
Gary Lee Bright.
Jonathan Eric Bright,
Mark A. Brisman.
Paul Gary Bristol,
Marion R. Britton. And my grandmother, Arlene Ava Freed. To my grandma, the memories you shared with my family make me feel so special to carry on your name as my middle name. I've always been told by my mom and aunts that to have known you would have been to absolutely love and adore you. So today, my brother, cousin, and I, all named after you, will continue to carry on your memory as will the rest of our family. You'll never be forgotten, Grandma Arlene.
Mark Francis Broderick,
Herman Charles Broghammer,
Keith A. Broomfield,
Bernard C. Brown II,
Janice J. Lois Brown,
Lloyd Stanford Brown,
Patrick John Brown,
Bettina B. Browd Radburn,
Mark Bruce,
Richard George Bruhert,
Andrew Brune,
Vincent Edward Brunton,
Ronald Booker,
Brandon J. Buchanan,
Greg J. Buck,
Dennis Buckley,
Nancy Claire Boucher,
Patrick Joseph Boos,
John Edward Balaguer Jr.,
Stephen Bruce Bunin,
Christopher L. Burford,
Matthew J. Burke,
Thomas Daniel Burke,
William Francis Burke Jr.,
Charles F. Burlingame III,
Thomas E. Burnett Jr.,
Donald J. Burns,
Kathleen Ann Burns,
Keith James Burns,
John Patrick Burnside,
Irina Buslow,
Milton G. Bustillo,
Thomas M. Butler,
Patrick Dennis Byrne,
Timothy G. Byrne,
Daniel M. Caballero,
Jesus Neptale Cabezas,
Lillian Caceres,
Brian Joseph Caccia,
Stephen Dennis Cafiero Jr.
And my cousin, Thomas Swift. Love you, never forgotten. Until we meet again, love you, cuz.
And my father, Rodney James Watton. Your family loves you and misses you so much. Thank you for watching over us. You're our hero.
Richard Michael Caggiano.
Cecile Maria Caglica.
John Brett Cahill.
Michael John Cahill.
Scott Walter Cahill.
Thomas Joseph Cahill.
George C. Keene.
Salvatore B. Calabro.
Joseph M. Calandrillo.
Philip V. Calcagno.
Edward Calderon.
Jose Calderon Olmedo.
Kenneth Marcus Caldwell.
Dominic E. Calia.
Felix Bobby Caliste.
Francis Joseph Callahan.
Liam Callahan.
Suzanne M. Cali.
Gino Luigi Calvi.
Rocco Camage.
Michael F. Camerata.
David Ote Campbell.
Jeffrey Thomas Campbell.
Robert Arthur Campbell.
Sandra Patricia Campbell.
Sean Thomas Canavan.
John A. Candela.
Vincent A. Canlagi.
Stephen J. Cangelosi.
Lisa Bella Caneva.
Brian Canizaro.
Michael R. Canty.
Louis Anthony Caparici.
Jonathan Neef Capello.
James Christopher Cappers.
Richard Michael Caproni.
Jose Manuel Cardona.
Dennis M. Carey Sr.
Edward Carlino.
Michael Scott Carlo.
And my grandfather, Assistant Chief of Department Gerard A. Barbara, Incident Commander of the South Tower Rescue Mission. I'm sad that I never got to meet you. People who knew you tell me that you were a smart, caring, and brave role model who always wanted to solve the problem and keep the team safe. You were always prepared and forever a gentleman as a husband, father, family, or friend. I can't change that you're not here to watch us grow up, but I will live my life with our values and wear our name proudly. God bless America.
And my uncle, Richard T. Muldowney Jr., and my cousin, Kenneth Thomas Watson.
David G. Carlone.
Rosemary C. Carson.
Mark Stephen Carney.
Joyce N. Carpeneto.
Jeremy Kaz Carrington.
Michael T. Carroll.
Peter J. Carroll.
James Joseph Carson Jr.
Christopher Mikael Karstingen.
Angeline C. Carter.
James Marcel Cartier.
Sharon Ann Carver.
Vivian Casaldic.
Jan Francis Cazaza.
Paul Regan Casio.
Nellie Ann Heffernan Casey.
William Joseph Cashman.
Thomas Anthony Casoria.
William Otto Casper.
Alejandro Castaño.
Arcelia Castillo.
Leonard M. Castellano.
Jose Ramon Castro.
William E. Caswell.
Richard G. Catarelli.
Christopher Seyon Caton.
Robert John Caulfield.
Mary Teresa Caulfield.
Judson Cavalier.
Michael Joseph Cowley,
Jason David Kane.
Juan Armando Ceballos,
Marsha G. Cecil Carter.
Jason Michael Cepalo,
Thomas Joseph Selleck.
Anna Mercedes Centeno,
Joni Sesta.
John J. Chada,
Jeffrey Mark Chernoff.
Sharna Shala Sani,
And my real life superhero, my cousin David Prudencio Lemagne. You are the perfect example of sacrifice and servanthood. Thank you for everything. Your legacy lives within each one of us. We love you dearly, we miss you incredibly, and we'll remember you forever. I hope you're proud.
and our beloved son, J. Cyril Malabuyok de Chavez. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Good morning to all. JC, we love you and miss you every day. Your memory lives on even after all these years. Thank you for being our guardian angel. We miss you, your smile, and our thoughts. May you rest in peace, all those who are departed one on this tragedy date, 9/11. And may all rest in peace in the kingdom of God. Thank you.
William A. Chalkoff, Eli Shalou, Charles Lawrence Chan, Mandy Chang, Rosa Maria Chapa, Mark Lawrence Charette, David M. Charlebois, Gregorio Manuel Chavez, Pedro Francisco Checo, Douglas Macmillan Cherry, Stephen Patrick Cherry, Vernon Paul Cherry, Nestor Julio Chevalier Jr., Swede Joseph Chevalier, Alexander H. Chiang, Dorothy J. Chicharo, Luis Alfonso Chimbo, Robert Chin, Eddie Wingwei Ching, Nicholas Paul Giofalo, John G. Chipura, Peter A. Churchirillo, Catherine Ellen Chiros, Kyung Hee Casey Cho, Abul K. Chowdhury, Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury, Kirsten Leo Christoph, Pamela Chu, Stephen Paul Chuknik, Y. Ching Chung, Christopher Giaffardini, Alex F. Sicone, Francis Ann Salente, Elaine Sillo, Edna Cintron, Nestor Andre Cintron III, Robert D. Siri Sr., Juan Pablo Cisneros, Benjamin Keith Clark, Eugene Clark, and my cousin Thomas Anthony Casorio. May his soul and all the souls of those who were lost that day, as well as those who have died as a result of illness, always be remembered as true heroes. God bless them all.
And my aunt, Gabriella Silvina Weissman, who I never had the opportunity to meet, but who I have learned about through my mother and grandparents. We love you, Auntie Gabby, and we will never forget you. She was a kind and loving woman who was a beacon of joy for everyone in her life. I would also like to thank the thousands of servicemen and women who have sacrificed and continue to sacrifice for our nation in the war on terror, as well as the first responders who answered the call that day and saved countless lives. God bless America, and let us never forget.
Gregory Allen Clark, Manny Leroy Clark, Sarah M. Clark, Thomas R. Clark, Christopher Robert Clark, Donna Marie Clark, Michael J. Clark, Saria Rachel Emma Clark, Kevin Francis Cleary, James D. Clear, Jeffrey W. Cloud, Susan Marie Klein, Stephen Coakley, Jeffrey Allen Cole, Patricia A. Cody, Daniel Michael Coffey, Jason Matthew Coffey, Florence G. Cohen, Kevin S. Cohen, Anthony Joseph Coladonato, Mark Joseph Coleo, Stephen J. Coleo, Christopher Michael Colasanti, Kevin Nathaniel Colbert, Michelle P. Colbert, Keith E. Coleman, Scott Thomas Coleman, Terrell Coleman, Liam Joseph Colhoun, Robert D. Colin, Robert J. Cole, Jean Marie Collin, John Michael Collins, Michael L. Collins, Thomas Joseph Collins, Joseph Kent Collison, Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman, Patricia Malia Kolodner, Linda M. Colon, Saul E. Cologne, and a special remembrance for my friend, my heroic friend, Kathy Mazza from the Port Authority Police Department, for my EMS colleagues, and for our family members, brother, brother-in-law, father, and friend, Robert Toomey and Emmerich Harvey.
And my mother, Roberta Bernstein Heber, you are always in my heart.
Ronald Edward Palmer,
Jaime Concepcion,
Albert Conde,
Denise Conley,
Susan P. Cologne,
Margaret Mary Connor,
Cynthia Marie Lees Conley,
John E. Connolly Jr.,
James Lee Connor,
Jonathan M. Connors,
Kevin Patrick Connors,
Kevin F. Conroy,
Brenda E. Conway,
Dennis Michael Cook,
Helen D. Cook,
Jeffrey W. Coons,
John A. Cooper,
Julian T. Cooper,
Joseph John Copo Jr.,
Gerard J. Coppola,
Joseph Albert Corbett,
John J. Corcoran III,
Alejandro Cordero,
Robert Joseph Cordes,
Ruben D. Pereira,
Danny A. Correa Gutierrez,
Georgine Rose Corrigan,
James J. Corrigan, retired,
Carlos Cortez Rodriguez,
Kevin Michael Cosgrove,
Dolores Marie Costa,
Digna Alexandra Costanza,
Charles Gregory Costello Jr.,
Michael S. Costello,
Asia S. Cottom,
Conrad Kofi Katoy Sr.,
Martin John Coughlin,
John G. Coughlin,
Timothy J. Coughlin,
James E. Cove,
and to my brother, firefighter, Sergeant Reserve, I miss you, I love you, and you'll never be forgotten.
and my cousin, Jude Elias Safi. I wish we had more time together. Life is so unexpected,
And it is because of you that I try to see or speak to those I love as often as possible. I am reminded of you every time I see your nephews' faces. Your niece and nephews would have loved spending time with their cool and fun uncle. Your family and friends love you and miss you every day. You will never be forgotten.
Andre Colin Cox.
Frederick John Cox.
James Raymond Coyle.
Michelle Coyle Alou.
Christopher Seaton Kramer.
Eric A. Cranford.
Denise Elizabeth Krant.
James Leslie Cranford Jr.
Robert James Crawford.
Tara Kathleen Crema.
Joanne Mary Cregan.
Lucia Javasi.
John A. Creasy.
Daniel Howe Chrisman.
Dennis A. Cross.
Kevin R. Crody.
Thomas G. Crody.
John R. Crow.
Wells Remy Crowther.
Robert L. Crushank.
John Robert Cruz.
Grace Allegra Q.
Kenneth John Kubas.
Francisco Cruz Cabero.
Thelma Cuccinello.
Richard Joseph Cudina.
Neil James Cudmore.
Thomas Patrick Cullen III.
Joan Cullinan.
Joyce Rose Cummings.
Brian Thomas Cummins.
Michael Joseph Cunningham.
Robert Coratolo.
Lawrence Damien Cura.
Paul Dario Curioli.
Patrick Joseph Coravan.
Beverly L. Curry.
Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green.
Michael Sean Curtin.
Patricia Cushing.
And amongst the most courageous on 9/11 were my brother, Lieutenant Peter Lewis Freund, Engine 55, and my cousin, Timothy Patrick McSweeney, Ladder 3. Peter and Tim, we love you. Our love for you and our respect for your bravery grows deeper every day. Thank you for taking care of our Uncle Ed Merrill, retired NYPD, who just joined you in heaven last week. And on one last note, Pete, this morning at 7:25 this morning, your son Peter texted me, and his text simply read, "I miss him every day." God bless.
And my sister, Jane Ellen Baszler, was loved and missed.
Gavin Cushman.
Caleb Aaron Dack.
Carlos S. DaCosta.
Jason M. Dahl.
Brian Paul Dale.
John Dallara.
Vincent Gerard Damadeo.
Thomas A. Damaskinos.
Jack L. D'Ambrosi Jr.
Janine Damiani Jones.
Manuel Joao Damota.
Patrick W. Danahy.
Mary D'Antonio.
Vincent G. Dance.
Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling.
Annette Andrea Dattara.
Edward A. Diatri.
Michael D. De Oria.
Lawrence Davidson.
Michael Allen Davidson.
Scott Matthew Davidson.
Titus Davidson.
Nierka Davila.
Ada M. Davis.
Clinton Davis Sr.
Wayne Terriel Davis.
Anthony Richard Dawson.
Calvin Dawson.
Edward James Day.
William Thomas Dean.
Robert J. DeAngelis Jr.
Thomas Patrick DeAngelis.
Dorothy Alma Diada Agu.
Ana Gloria Pocasangre de Barade.
Tara E. DeBeck.
James D. Debonair.
Anna M. DeBen,
James V. de Blasi Jr.,
J. Cyril Malabuyak de Chavez,
my brother, Richard Avery Arano, 21 years. It's like yesterday. We miss you, we love you, we will never, ever forget.
and to my deceased husband, Peter Mutos, and I know he'd want me to say a big thank you to all those in the armed forces who keep us safe.
Paul DeCola,
Gerald DeCanto,
Simon Mirage Dedrucage,
Jason Christopher DeFazio,
David A. DeFeo,
Jennifer De Jesus,
Monique Effie De Jesus,
Nareda De Jesus,
Emmy De La Pena,
Donald Arthur De La Pena,
Azunea Maria De La Torre,
Vito Joseph DeLeo,
Daniela Ann Deli,
Andrea Della Bella,
Joseph A. De La Pietra,
Palmina Delegati,
Colleen Ann Diaroli,
Joseph DeLuca,
Firefighter Manuel Del Valle Jr.,
Francis Albert DiMartini,
Anthony DeMoss,
Martin N. DeMeo,
Francis Deming,
Carol Keys Demitz,
Kevin Dennis,
Thomas Francis Dennis Sr.,
Firefighter Alan Terasarich. Nana and Mom teach me about you, and my brothers and I would love the chance to meet you. You will never be forgotten.
and my aunt, Brooke Alexandra Jackman. Aunt Brooke, although I never met you, I feel a deep connection to you. I share your love of reading, helping others, and being the younger sister. As I've gotten older, people have told me that I resemble you in both appearance and mannerisms, and that is truly the best compliment I could ever get. The amount of time you have been gone is almost as much as your short years lived. My heart breaks that I will never get to meet you, but you have and will always be my role model. I hope I am making you and Papa proud. I know you guys are smiling down on me today and every day. I love you, Aunt Brooke.
FDNY Battalion Chief Dennis Lawrence Devlin,
FDNY Firefighter Gerard P. Dewan,
Suleimanali Kasamali Danani,
Michael Luis D'Agostino,
Matthew Diaz,
Nancy Diaz,
Abdulio Ruiz Diaz,
Michael A. Diaz Piedra III,
Judith Burkus Diaz Sierra,
Patricia Florence D. Chiaro,
Rodney Dickens,
Jerry D. Dickerson,
Joseph Dermot Dickey Jr.,
Lawrence Patrick Dickinson,
Michael D. Dio,
John DeFato,
Vincent Francis DeFazio,
Carl Anthony DeFranco,
Donald Joseph DeFranco,
John G. Giovanni,
Eddie A. Dillard,
Deborah Ann DiMartino,
David DeMeglio,
Stephen Patrick Dimino,
William John Dimling,
Marissa Donato Short,
Christopher Moore Dincuff,
Jeffrey Mark Dingle,
Rena Sam Deneau,
Anthony D. Inocio,
FDNY Firefighter George DePasquale,
Joseph D. Pilato,
Douglas Frank Stefano,
Donald Americo DiTullio,
Ramsey A. Dewani.
Johnny Dr. Jr.,
John Joseph Doherty.
Melissa Candida Doyle,
Brendan Dolan.
Robert E. Dolan Jr.,
And my godfather and uncle, Richard S. Gabriel. Out of darkness comes profoundness, and I want to acknowledge all innocent lives lost not only on that day, but since then due to 9/11 related illnesses and many still battling. I also want to acknowledge all first responders, including Battalion Chief Oreo Palmer and Fire Marshal Ronald Buca. This year is extra special to me because next to me is Aggie, Oreo's sister, and I truly believe that Oreo and my Uncle Richie brought us together. Thank you also to everyone keeping this memorial service alive. That means the world to us family members. Thank you.
and my brother, FDNY Battalion Chief Oreo Joseph Palmer. Oreo, we love you and miss you always, and continue to hold you close in our hearts. We will never forget your bravery and sacrifice.
Neil Matthew Dollard.
James Domenico.
Benilda Pasqua Domingo.
Alberto Dominguez.
Carlos Domingo.
Jerome Mark Patrick Dominguez.
Kevin W. Donnelly.
Jacqueline Donovan.
William H. Donovan.
Stephen Scott Dorff.
Thomas Dowd.
Kevin Christopher Dowdle.
Mary Yolanda Dowling.
Raymond Matthew Downey Sr.
Frank Joseph Doyle.
Joseph Michael Doyle.
Randall L. Drake.
Patrick Joseph Driscoll.
Stephen Patrick Driscoll.
Charles A. Droz III.
Myrna A. Duarte.
Luke A. Dudick.
Christopher Michael Duffy.
Gerard J. Duffy.
Michael Joseph Duffy.
Thomas W. Duffy.
Antoinette Duger.
Jackie Sayeg Duggan.
Sariv Ducat.
Patrick Dunn.
Felicia Gail Dunn Jones.
Christopher Joseph Dunn.
Richard Anthony Dunstan.
Patrick Thomas Dwyer.
Joseph Anthony Ecobachi.
John Bruce Eagleson.
Edward T. Earnhardt.
Robert Douglas Eaton.
Dean Philip Eberling.
Margaret Ruth Echterman.
And my cousin, Arnold Arboleta Lim. Arnold worked for Fiduciary Trust on the 92nd floor of the South Tower. His family and friends are so proud of him. Arnold, not a moment has gone by where we don't miss you. When we don't remember the feeling of your warm hugs and the sound of your caring, thoughtful laughter, we forever miss you. Your cousins, Todd Lim of the St. Augustine, Florida, Station 7, firefighter Wilfreda Oletan of FDNY Ladder 6, and the late Detective Raymond Abier of the NYPD Special Victims Unit all became who they are to honor you. Arnold, you must be so proud of your many cousins and your many nieces and nephews, especially Colin, Stephanie, Serena, and Sophie. I'm sure you would give each and every one of them such a loving hug. Let them know that you love them and assure them that you are always there for them, as you have always been for everyone you love. Your mom and dad miss you so much, as do your brothers George and Henry. your best friend and cousin, Alex, and all your family and friends. We miss your charismatic charm and your caring and loving heart. Stories about the impact you have made in people's lives live on till this day. Arnold, we miss you terribly each day, but I'm sure you feel that. This Memorial Day, like today, is a reminder that you're here and saying to each of us, I love you. I have never left. I see you and I'm here. We love you, Arnold. We know you are in a better place looking over us. Please continue to do so because we need it each day. Agu, I love you.
And my uncles, Mark and Stephen Kaleo. They love their family and this country. I love hearing stories about you two, and I wish I could have met you. God bless all our families on this difficult day, and God bless America.
Paul Robert Eckner.
Constantine Economos.
Barbara G. Edwards.
Dennis Michael Edwards.
Michael Hardy Edwards.
Christine Egan.
Lisa Erin Egan.
Martin J. Egan Jr.
Michael Egan.
Samantha Martin Egan.
Carol Eggert.
Lisa Karen Ehrlich.
John Ernst Eisler.
Eric Adam Eisenberg.
Daphne Ferlinda Elder.
Michael J. Alferez.
Mark Joseph Ellis.
Valerie Silver Ellis.
Albert Alfred William Elmer.
Robert R. Elseth.
Edgar Hendricks Emery Jr.
Doris Suk Yuen Eng.
Christopher Epps.
Ulf Ram Erickson.
Aaron L. Urkel.
William John Irwin.
Sarah Ellie Escarcega.
Jose Espinal.
Fanny Esposito.
Billy Scoop Esposito.
Bridget Ann Esposito.
Francis Esposito.
Michael A. Esposito.
Ruben Esquilin Jr.
Sadie Et.
Barbara G. Etzold.
Eric Brian Evans.
Robert Edward Evans.
Meredith Emily June Ayward.
Catherine K. Fagan.
And my brother, firefighter Paul Hanley Keating. It was 21 years ago on September 9th. We celebrated his 38th birthday. Our whole family was there, all the nieces, nephews. We had a great night. We had a great day, and we lost him on Tuesday morning. So we always look back at that day and how much fun we had. And we look at Paul with great esteem. We miss him as much today as we did 21 years ago. And until then, may God hold you in the palm of his hands.
And my grandfather, Joseph Jenkins Jr. We love and miss you so much. Wish you were here.
Patricia Mary Fagan.
Ivan Carrillos Fairbanks Barbosa.
Keith George Fairbairn.
Sandra Fajardo Smith.
Charles S. Falkenberg.
Dana Falkenberg.
Zoe Falkenberg.
Jamie L. Fallon.
William F. Fallon.
William Lawrence Fallon Jr.
Anthony J. Fallon Jr.
Dolores Bridget Finelli.
Robert John Fangman.
John Joseph Fanning.
Kathleen Ann Farragher.
Thomas James Farino.
Nancy C. Dolaziski Farley.
Paige Marie Farley Hackle.
Elizabeth Ann Farmer.
Douglas John Farnham.
John Gerard Farrell.
John W. Farrell.
Terrence Patrick Farrell.
Joseph D. Farrelly.
Thomas Patrick Farrelly,
Syed Abdul Fatah,
Christopher Edward Fawnin,
Wendy R. Faulkner,
Shannon Marie Fava,
Bernard D. Fabuza,
Robert Fazio Jr.,
Ronald Carl Fazio Sr.,
William M. Feehan,
Francis Jude Feely,
Garth Aaron Feeney,
Sean Bernard Fagan,
Lee S. Failing,
Peter Adam Fiedelberg,
Alan D. Feinberg,
Rosa Maria Feliciano,
and my grandfather, Rocco Kamaj. On behalf of your 7 grandkids, even though we never had the chance to meet you, we all have heard about the wonderful man you were and how much your family meant everything to you. How you had a great sense of humor and an infectious smile that shines through even today. We love you so very much, Baba. Thank you for watching over us and keeping us safe. And from my family, thank you to everyone who works tirelessly to continue helping us honor our loved ones.
and my uncle, Mark A. Marolo. We love and we miss you every day.
Edward P. Felt.
Edward Thomas Fergus Jr.
George J. Ferguson III.
J. Joseph Ferguson.
Henry Fernandez.
Judy Hazel Centillion Fernandez.
Julio Fernandez.
Elisa Giselle Ferreira.
Anne Marie Solarin Ferreira.
Robert John Ferris.
David Francis Ferrugio.
Louis V. Forsini Jr.
Michael David Ferrugio.
Bradley James Fetchett.
Jennifer Louise Fialco.
Kristen Nicole Fidel.
Amelia V. Fields.
Samuel Fields.
Alexander Milan Filipov.
Michael Bradley Finnegan.
Timothy J. Flaherty.
Michael C. Fiore.
Stephen J. Fiorelli.
Paul M. Fiore.
John B. Fiorito.
John R. Fisher.
Andrew Fisher.
Bennett Lawson Fisher.
Gerald P. Fisher.
John Roger Fisher.
Thomas J. Fisher.
Lucy A. Fishman.
Brian D. Fitzgerald.
Thomas James Fitzpatrick.
Richard P. Fitzsimmons.
Salvatore Fiume Fredo.
Darlene E. Flagg.
Wilson F. Flagg.
Christina Donovan Flannery.
Eileen Fletcher.
And my mother, Lillian Caceres. My mother touched the hearts of every person she met, and I'm so proud to have had such an amazing woman to call my mom. We love you and we miss you.
And my cousin, Leah Elizabeth Oliver. We miss seeing that beautiful smile and hearing your infectious laugh. Your time with us was too short, but we know your spirit lives on. You were just too good for this world. We miss you and we love you.
Andre G. Fletcher.
Carl M. Flickinger.
Matthew M. Flacco.
John Joseph Florio.
Joseph Walkden Flounders.
Carol Ann Flyzik.
David Fodor.
Michael N. Fodor.
Stephen Mark Fogel.
Thomas J. Foley.
James C. Folger.
David J. Fontana.
Chin Min Fu.
Delrose E. Forbes Cheatham.
Godwin Ford.
Donald A. Foreman.
Christopher U. Forsey.
Claudia Alicia Foster.
Noel John Foster.
Sandra N. Foster.
Anna Fosteris.
Robert Joseph Foti.
Jeffrey Fox.
Virginia Elizabeth Fox.
Pauline Francis.
Virgin Lucy Francis.
Gary J. Frank.
Morton H. Frank.
Peter Christopher Frank.
Colleen L. Fraser.
Richard K. Fraser.
Kevin J. Frawley.
Clyde Fraser Jr.
Lillian Inez Frederick.
Andrew Fredericks.
Tamitha Freeman.
Brett O. Freeman.
Peter L. Freund.
Arlene Eva Fried.
Alan W. Friedlander.
And my father, Isidro D. Altenwalder. I didn't have the privilege to meet you, but you will always be in my heart. I love you.
And my uncle, James J. Strain Jr. Uncle Jimmy, we love you and we miss you.
Andrew Keith Friedman.
Paul J. Friedman.
Greg J. Froner.
Lisa N. Frost.
Peter Christian Fry.
Clement A. Fumando.
Stephen Elliott Furman.
Paul James Fermato.
Carlton Douglas B. Fife.
Frederick Neil Gabler.
Richard Peter Gabriel.
Richard S. Gabriel.
James Andrew Gadale.
Paul Lee Gaff.
Irvin Vincent Galliard.
Deanna Lynn Galante.
Grace Catherine Galante.
Edward Anthony Gallagher.
Daniel James Gallagher.
John Patrick Gallagher.
Lourdes J. Galetti.
Kono E. Gallo.
Vincent Galucci.
Thomas E. Galvin.
Giovanna Galetta Gambale.
Thomas Gambino Jr.
Gian F. Gamboa.
Ronald L. Gamboa.
Peter James Gansey Jr.
Michael Gann.
Charles William Garbarini.
Andrew Sonny Garcia.
Caesar R. Garcia.
David Garcia.
Jorge Luis Maron Garcia.
Juan Garcia.
Marlon Del Carmen Garcia.
Christopher Samuel Gardner.
Douglas Benjamin Gardner.
Harvey Joseph Gardner III.
And my brother, T.J. Hargrave, who we really, really miss. Our world has been diminished because of the senseless taking of his life.
and my brother Sushil S. Solanki. I know you're rejoicing with Dad upstairs. Mom, Satish, and I, and along with rest of the family, we miss you and love you every day. Thank you.
Jeffrey Brian Gardner.
Thomas A. Gardner.
William Arthur Gardner.
Frank Garfey.
Rocco Nino Gargano.
James M. Gartenberg.
Matthew David Garvey.
Bruce Gary.
Boyd Allen Gatton.
Donald Richard Gavigan Jr.
Peter Allen Gay.
Terrence D. Gazani.
Gary Paul Guidel.
Paul Hamilton Geyer.
Julie M. Geis.
Peter Gerard Gelinas.
Stephen Paul Geller.
Howard G. Gelling Jr.
Peter Victor Jenko Jr.
Stephen Gregory Genovese.
Elaine Gentle.
Linda M. George.
Edward F. Garrity.
Suzanne Garrity.
Ralph Gerhart.
Robert Gerlich.
Dennis P. Germain.
Marina Romanovna Gertzberg.
Susan M. Getzendoner.
Lawrence D. Getzfred.
James G. Geyer.
Cortez Gee.
Joseph M. Giacone.
Vincent Francis Giamona.
Deborah Lynn Gibbon.
James Andrew Giberson.
Brenda C. Gibson.
Craig Neil Gibson.
Ronnie E. Geis.
Andrew Clive Gilbert.
And my uncle, James John Woods. You are loved and missed. Tell Grandma I love her.
And my brother, Brendan Mark Lang, and my beautiful aunt, Roseanne P. Lang. I'd like to share a quick text with you. This is from my brother's, one of his best friends, whose son is a first-year U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis. Ryan just finished a 9/11 stare. Dad, just finished a 9/11 stare run for the 343 firefighters and the first responders that selflessly climbed 110 flights in hopes of saving another's life. Not only for the 343, but for the 2,997 others that lost their life that day. The whole weekend, may we remember and pray for those innocent lives lost and reflect on what it means to be American. The whole time I was going through this, I was thinking about Brendan. Never forget. God bless you, Ryan Walsh, and God bless America.
Timothy Paul Gilbert.
Paul Stuart Gilby.
Paul John Gill.
Mark Y. Giles.
Evan Hunter Gillette.
Ronald Lawrence Gilligan.
Rodney C. Gillis.
Laura Gilly.
John F. Ginley.
Donna Marie Giordano.
Jeffrey John Giordano.
John Giordano.
Stephen A. Giorgetti.
Martin Giovanazzo.
Kum Kum Girolamo.
Salvatore Guito.
Cynthia Gugliano.
Man Jean Balash.
Diane Gladstone.
Keith Alexander Glasgow.
Thomas Irwin Glasser.
Edmund Glaser.
Harry Glenn.
Barry H. Glick.
Jeremy Logan Glick.
Stephen Glick.
John T. Nazzo.
William Robert Godshock.
Michael Gorgliormella.
Brian F. Goldberg.
Jeffrey G. Goldflam.
Michelle Goldstein.
Monica Goldstein.
Stephen Ian Goldstein.
Ronald F. Golinsky.
Andrew H. Golkin.
Dennis James Gomez.
Enrique Antonio Gomez.
Jose Gomez.
Manuel Gomez Jr.
And my husband, Bernard Petronica. We miss you every single day. More so this year as we welcomed our first grandson on June 14th, Logan Bernard.
And my loving cousin, Howard G. Gelling Jr., who was 28 when he died that day. Both of his siblings are doing well, and both of them had identical twins, strangely, like the Twin Towers. And Lisa's here with me, Howard, in spirit. She wanted you to know that. And we miss you so much. Love you.
Wilder Alfred Gomez.
Janine Nicole Gonzalez. I love you.
Maurice Gonzalez.
Rosa J. Gonzalez.
Leanne Catherine Godchild.
Calvin Joseph Gooden.
Peter Morgan Godrich.
Harry Goody.
Kiran Kumar Reddy Goop.
Catherine C. Goreev.
Lisa Finn Gordestein.
Corrine Gordon.
Sebastian Gorky.
Kieran Joseph Gorman.
Thomas Edward Gorman.
Michael Edward Gould.
O. Christian Oxholm White Goldie.
Douglas Allen Goa.
Yuji Goya.
John Richard Grabowski.
Christopher Michael Grady.
Edwin J. Graff III.
David Martin Grafferman.
Gilbert Franco Granados.
Lauren Gattusi Grancolas.
Elvira Granita.
Winston Arthur Granty.
Christopher S. Gray.
Ian J. Gray.
James Michael Gray.
Timothy George Gracioso.
John M. Gratioso.
Wade B. Green.
Derek Arthur Green.
Elaine Mira Greenberg.
Wanda Anita Green.
Gail R. Green.
Donald Freeman Green.
And the love of my life, firefighter Paul Francis Asaro. After 21 years today, it still hurts. We hold into memories, still hurts. So many tears, smiles, shaking our hands, still hurts. But those who die, saving lives, will be always remembered in our hearts, forever.
And my uncle, Abul K. Chowdhury. Although I never met my uncle, it feels like I've known him all my life. My mother always tells me how wonderful he was. He loved his family unconditionally, and he was kind and generous to everyone around him. I'm proud to call him my uncle, and he'll always be in our hearts.
Eileen Marcia Greenstein.
Elizabeth Martin Gregg.
Denise Marie Gregory.
Donald H. Gregory.
Florence Moran Gregory.
Pedro Grahan.
John Michael Griffin.
Tawana Sherry Griffin.
Joan Donna Griffith.
Warren Grifka.
Ramon B. Grijalvo.
Joseph F. Grillo.
David Joseph Grimner.
Francis Edward Grogan.
Linda Gronlund.
Kenneth George Gruzalis.
Joseph Grzelik.
Matthew James Grismalski.
Robert Joseph Gashar.
Liming Gu.
Richard J. Guadagno.
Jose A. Guadalupe.
Cindy Yan Zhu Guan.
Jeffrey E. Guja.
Joseph
Guman.
Douglas Brian Gurian.
Janet Ruth Gustafson.
Philip T. Guza.
Barbara Guzardo.
Peter Mark Gullivari.
Gary Robert Haig.
Andrea Lynn Haberman.
Barbara Mary Habib.
Philip Hensler.
Nizam A. Hafiz.
Karen Elizabeth Haggerty.
Stephen Michael Haggis.
Mary Lou Haig.
David Halderman.
And my uncle, firefighter Gerard Terrence Nevins. We love you and we miss you every day.
And my big brother, Robert Cromwell Miller Jr. To Bobby, it's been a while, but I cherish how we grew up together and how you shared your wisdom, humility, and kindness. We'll always love you. And to the families of those 13 brave service members killed in Kabul a year ago, we know how much you're hurting. Please know we share your sorrow.
Miley Raquel Hale.
Diane Hale McKenzie.
Richard B. Hall.
Stanley R. Hall.
Voswald George Hall.
Robert J. Halligan.
Vincent Gerard Halloran.
Carolyn B. Howman.
James Douglas Halvorsen.
Muhammad Salman Habdani.
Felicia Hamilton.
Robert W. Hamilton.
Carl Max Hammond Jr.
Frederick K. Hahn.
Christopher James Hanley.
Sean S. Hanley.
Valerie Joan Hanna.
Thomas Paul Hannafin.
Kevin James Hannaford Sr.
Michael Lawrence Hannon.
Dana Ray Hannon.
Christine Lee
Hansen.
Peter Burton Hansen.
Sue Kim Hansen.
Vasilios G. Haramis.
James A. Heron.
Gerald Francis Hardacre.
Jeffrey Pike Hardy.
T.J. Hargrave.
Daniel Edward Harlan.
Francis Harros.
Harvey L. Harrell.
Stephen G. Harrell.
Melissa Harrington Hughes.
Aisha Ann Harris.
Stuart D. Harris.
John Patrick Hart.
Eric Partono.
John Clinton Hartz.
Emmerich Harvey.
And my cousin, Brooke David Rosenbaum. It's been 25 years since you have passed and since you were ripped from our hearts. The other quiet, sarcastic cousin in the corner reading his book. I'd never have thought that the world could have gotten worse, and yet here we are today. The world truly does get worse without our angels. You are with your whole family now, and we miss you terribly.
And my cousin, Gregory Milanowitz. It's been 21 years since you've been gone. The family thinks about you constantly. We miss and love you so much. I share your story as a teacher to my students each year and how kind you were. We must continue to teach about this day, about the heroism, about the lives lost, and the patriotism this country had after, so this day will never be forgotten.
Peter Paul Hashim.
Thomas Theodore Haskell Jr.
Timothy Sean Haskell.
Joseph John Hassan III.
Leonard W. Hatton Jr.
Terrence S. Hatton.
Michael Helmut Haub.
Timothy Aaron Haviland.
Donald G. Havlish Jr.
Anthony Maurice Hawkins.
Nobuhiro Hayatsu.
James Edward Hayden.
Robert J. Hayes.
Philip T. Hayes.
W. Ward Haynes.
Scott Jordan Hazelcorn.
Michael K. Healy.
Roberta V. Heber.
Charles Francis Xavier Heron.
John F. Heffernan.
Michelle M. Heidenberger.
Sheila M. S. Hine.
H. Joseph Heller Jr.
Joanne L. Heltebridal.
Ronald John Hemingway.
Mark F. Hemscott.
Ronnie Lee Henderson.
Brian Hennessy.
Edward R. Hennessy Jr.
Michelle Marie Enrique.
Joseph Patrick Henry.
William L. Henry Jr.
Katharina Henry Robinson.
John Christopher Henwood.
Robert Allen Hepburn.
Mary Herencia.
Lindsay C. Harkness III.
Harvey Robert Hermer.
Norberto Hernandez.
Raul Hernandez.
And my uncle, FDNY Lieutenant Jeffrey P. Walls, Ladder 9, Great Jones Street. My uncle was a hero I was unable to meet. Like a hero in a comic book, I had heard stories of your heroism and strength. Mom tells me about you every chance she gets. Give a hug to Grandma and Grandpa. We love and miss you.
And our son, Paul Robert Eckner, it's 21 years and it seems like yesterday. You are forever in our broken hearts. And I want to thank you all for watching and listening to this beautiful memorial. Let us never forget this day.
Gary Harold.
Jeffrey Allen Hirsch.
Thomas J. Hetzel.
Leon Bernard Hayward McSundance.
Brian Christopher Hickey.
And Amincio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno.
Timothy Brian Higgins.
Robert D.W. Higley II.
Todd Russell Hill.
Clara Victorine Hines.
Neil O. Hines.
Mark Hindi.
Katsuyuki Hirai.
Heather Malia Ho.
Tara Yvette Hobbs.
Thomas Anderson Hobbs.
James J. Hobbin.
Robert Wayne Hobson III.
Dawan Hodges.
Ronald G. Horner.
Patrick A. Hoey.
John A. Hoffer.
Marsha Hoffman.
Stephen Gerard Hoffman.
Frederick Joseph Hoffman.
Michelle L. Hoffman.
Judith Florence Hoffmiller.
Wallace Cole Hogan Jr.
Thomas Warren Holwick Jr.
Jonathan R. Homan.
Cora Hidlago Holland.
John Holland.
Joseph F. Holland.
Jimmy I. Holly.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Thomas P. Houlihan.
Herbert Wilson Homer.
Leroy W. Homer Jr.
Bradley V. Horan.
James P. Hopper.
And my brother, Salvatore F. Pepe. We miss you every day. You're loved by all, forever in our hearts.
And my father, firefighter Gerard Patrick Schrang. We love you. We miss you. It doesn't get any easier. Please continue to watch over Mom, me, Brian, and my boys, your grandsons. We love you, and I'll always be your olive oil.
Montgomery McCullough Horde.
Michael Joseph Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horoho Jr.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Horwitz.
Charles J. Houston.
Uhuru G. Houston.
Angela M. House.
George Gerard Howard.
Brady K. Howell.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howley.
Milagros Romata.
Marion R. Hrychek.
Stephen Hutchko Jr.
Chris Robert Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert T. Hughes Jr.
Thomas F. Hughes Jr.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susan Huey.
Lamar Demetrius Hulse.
John Nicholas Humber Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Gerard Hunter.
Peggy M. Hurt.
Robert R. Husta.
Stephen N. Highland Jr.
Robert J. Himmel.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Iannelli.
Zutu Ibis.
Jonathan Lee Ielpi.
Michael Patrick Eichen.
Daniel Il Kaneev.
Frederick J. Ill Jr.
And my cousin Gary Michael Albero. Gary, the family and I miss you every day. Your jokes and laughter could light up any room. You'd be proud to know your son Michael graduated from Seton Hall this year and just got his first job at Morristown Medical Center. Tell Dad we said hi and hope you both bring the Giants some luck today. We love you, God bless you all, and God bless America.
And my father, Edward Calderon. These past 21 years haven't always been the easiest for us, and there has definitely been some great moments that he's missed. But it's the little things that remind us of him every day, whether it's watching over us in our dreams or looking at the clock and it's saying 9/11. We know you're always with us. We know you got our back. Just know we love you, Daddy.
Abraham Nathaniel Ilowitz.
Anthony P. Infante Jr.,
Louis S. Inglaterra,
Christopher Noble Ingracia,
Paul Inella,
Stephanie Veronica Irby,
Douglas Jason Eargang,
Kristen Irvine Ryan,
Todd Antione Isaac,
Eric Hans Isbastian,
Tazio Ishikawa,
Walid Joseph Iskandar,
Aram Iskatarian Jr.,
John F. Iskian,
Kazushige Ito,
Alexandra Valencia Ivansov,
Lacey Bernard Ivory,
Virginia May Yablonsky,
Brian C. Jack,
Brooke Alexandra Jackman,
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs,
Ariel Lewis Jacobs,
Jason Kyle Jacobs,
Michael G. Jacobs,
Stephen A. Jacobson,
Stephen D. Jacoby,
Ricknoth Jaggernoth,
Jake Dennis Yehoda,
Yudvir S. Jane,
Maria Yakubiak,
Robert Adrian Jalbert,
Ernest James,
Griselda E. James,
Mark Stephen Jardim,
Amy Nicole Jarrett,
Muhammadu Jawara,
Francois Jean-Pierre,
Maxima Jean-Pierre,
Paul Edward Jeffers,
John Charles Jenkins,
and my cousin, John M. Poacher. John and I were only 5 months apart, and I am so lucky that our families chose to do so many things together. Fortunately, there are memories that time does not erase. Our teenage years are ones that still make me laugh. My friends giving John a perm. John coming to visit with his friends to my college. I don't think it was to see me, I really think it was to see the sorority sisters, but they drove all night to get there. And I am blessed to have these memories, so many more. I am humbled, honored, and privileged to be here today to show respect for all of the families who were affected by this terrible tragedy. 9/11 is a part of John, but it does not define his person. We will never forget.
and our niece, Dominique Lisa Pandolfo, daughter of my sister Barbara Pandolfo. Dominique was an up-and-coming superstar, her heart filled with love and a real zest for life. We will never forget you. Dominique, we miss you.
Joseph Jenkins Jr.,
Alan Keith Jensen,
Prem Nath Gerard,
Farah Judy,
Huedar Gian,
Eliza Jimenez Jr.,
Luis Jimenez Jr.,
Charles Gregory John,
Nicholas John,
Dennis M. Johnson,
Lashana Johnson,
Scott Michael Johnson,
William R. Johnston,
Allison Horseman Jones,
Arthur Joseph Jones III,
Brian Leander Jones,
Charles Edward Jones,
Christopher D. Jones,
Donald T. Jones II,
Donald W. Jones,
Judith Lauter Jones,
Linda Jones,
Mary S. Jones,
Andrew Brian Jordan Sr.,
Robert Thomas Jordan,
Albert Gunnis Joseph,
Ingeborg Joseph,
Carl Henry Joseph,
Stephen Joseph,
Jane Eileen Josiah,
Anthony Jovic,
Angel L. Harabe Jr.,
Karen Sue Juday,
Ann C. Judge,
Michael F. Judge,
Paul William Jurgens,
Thomas Edward Jurgens,
Shash Kiran Lakshmikanta Kadaba,
Gavakoroi Karmidinova,
Shari Kandel,
and my uncle Jamal Legessa DeSantis. I know you met me when I was 1, but I wish I got to really meet you. Our family misses you so much, and from the stories that I hear from my mom is that you are so kind and a ray of light, and you make everybody smile. We love you and we miss you every day, and you're our Hercules. With the shalom.
and my grandfather, Raymond Matthew Downey Sr., who I never had the honor of meeting, but through pictures and stories, his legacy will never die. I know you're watching over me and the rest of the family as you guide each of us every day. Connor and JJ, I know Poppy is so proud of you guys for coming to this in uniform for the first time, and Dad for being promoted into Poppy's position as Chief of Rescue Operations. Until the day comes where we can finally meet, your spirit will continue to live on. Always remember and never forget.
Howard Lee Kane. Jennifer Lynn Kane. Firefighter Vincent D. Kane, Engine 22. Jun Koo Kang. Sheldon Robert Cantor. Deborah H. Kaplan. Robin Lynn Kaplan. Alvin Peter Kappelman, Jr. Charles H. Karcheski. William A. Carnes. Douglas Gene Kopoloff. Charles L. Casper. Andrew K. Cates. John A. Casamides. Sergeant Robert Michael Colfers, Port Authority Police. Don Jerome Kauth, Jr. Hideo Kawauchi. Edward T. Keene. Richard M. Kane. Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin. Carol Ann Kiesler. Barbara A. Keating. Firefighter Paul Hanlon Keating, Ladder 5. Leo Russell Keene III. Brenda Kegler. Chandler Raymond Keller. Joseph John Keller. Peter R. Kellerman. Joseph P. Kellett. Frederick H. Kelly III. James Joseph Kelly. Joseph A. Kelly. Maurice P. Kelly. Richard John Kelly, Jr. Thomas Michael Kelly. Thomas Richard Kelly. Firefighter Thomas W. Kelly, ladder 105. Timothy Colin Kelly. William Hill Kelly Jr. Robert Clinton Kennedy. And my brother, Lieutenant Philip Scott Petty, ladder 12. Phil, being 2 years older than me, is someone I always looked up to. After my parents, he was the most influential person in my life. His leadership and actions on September 11, 2001, and those actions of all the members of Ladder 12 that day is nothing short of heroic. And although Phil, Angel Warbe, and Mike Mullen never made it out of the Marriott, there are civilians who survived thanks to the response of these men who led them out of the building. They are some of the many true heroes during this attack, and I am always humbled to honor them. I love you, Phil. See you later. And my brother, Peter Christian Fry. Peter, it has been 21 years since we said goodbye. To our father and the best buddy you ever had, you two are so much alike. He's doing pretty good for a guy who's 96. Love you, Dad. I'd like to read a message from Meredith, Peter's wife. There are no words that will comfort this day or these years without Peter. We think about him every day and the brutal way he was ripped from our lives. The horror, the terror, the pure evil of this day marks our souls forever. Peter's laughter, light, and strength lives on through his remarkable daughters, Taylor and Kaylee Fry. Peter, you are in our hearts, and we love you. We all love you forever. Say hello to Mom.
Thomas J. Kennedy.
Yvonne E. Kennedy.
John Richard Keohane.
Ralph Francis Kershaw.
Ronald T. Kirschwin.
Howard L. Kestenbaum.
Douglas D. Ketchum.
Ruth Ellen Kettler.
Boris Califf.
Norma Cruz Khan.
Sarah Khan.
Taymor Faraz Khan.
Rajesh Hendelwal.
Sele Hu.
Michael Vernon Kiefer.
Satoshi Kikuchihara.
Andrew Jaehoon Kim.
Lawrence Don Kim.
Mary Jo Kimmelman.
Heinrich Kimmig.
Karen Ann Kincaid.
Amy R. King.
Andrew M. King.
Lucille Teresa King.
Robert King Jr.
Lisa King Johnson.
Brian K. Kinney.
Takashi Kinoshita.
Chris Michael Kirby.
Robert Kirkpatrick.
Howard Barry Kirschbaum.
Glenn Davis Kerwin.
Helen Croson Kittle.
Richard Joseph Claris.
Peter Anton Klein.
Alan David Kleinberg.
Karen Joyce Klitzman.
Ronald Philip Klepfer.
Stephen A. Knapp.
Eugenie Niezev.
And my brother-in-law, Ian Schneider, who always brought the fun and love. We are grateful for the memories, but wish there were more. Love and miss you, Ian.
And to my father, Charles Gregory John, you were torn out of our lives, but forever living in our hearts. We love and miss you.
Andrew James Knox.
Thomas Patrick Knox.
Rebecca Lee Kobori.
Deborah A. Kobus.
Gary Edward Keckler.
Frank J. Costner.
Ryan Cohart.
Vanessa Lynn Shibido Kopak.
Irina Koplakova.
Suzanne Rose Konodrenko.
Abdullah Kone.
Bone Suk Ku.
Dorata Kopichko.
Scott Michael Capito.
Bohan George Kostich.
Danielle Kasulis.
David P. Kovalchin.
John J. Kren.
William Edward Krukowski.
Lumita Kasudo.
Toshia Kuge.
Shakar Kumar.
Kenneth Bruce Kumpel.
Frederick Ku Jr.
Patricia A. Kouris.
Natako Kushiani.
Thomas Joseph Kuvaikis.
Victor Huarte.
Raymond Kui Fei Kwok.
Angela Reed Kite.
Andrew Lacourte.
Carol Ann LaPlante.
Jeffrey G. Latouche.
Catherine L. Labore.
Amarnath Lachman.
Ganesh K. Latkik.
James Patrick Ladley.
Joseph A. LaFallis.
Jeanette Louise LaFond Menachino.
David James LaForge.
And my wife, Deborah Kaplan. Debbie, we love you, miss you, and think about you every day.
And my brother, Port Authority. Police Officer Christopher Charles Amoroso, we love you, we miss you, we will never forget.
Michael Patrick Lafort.
Alan Charles LaFrance.
Juan Mendez Lafuente.
Neil Kwong Wale.
Vincent Anthony Laeta.
William David Lake.
Franco Lalama.
Chow Kwan Lam.
Michael S. Lamana.
Stephen Lamontia.
Amy Hope Lamonsoff.
Robert T. Lane.
Brendan Mark Lang.
Roseanne P. Lang.
Vanessa Lang Langer.
Mary Lou Langley.
Peter J. Langone.
Thomas Michael Langone.
Michelle Bernadette Lanza.
Ruth Sheila Lappin.
Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee.
Robin Blair Larkey.
Judith Camilla LaRocque.
Christopher Randall Larrabee.
Hamidou S. Larry.
Scott Larson.
John Adam Larson.
Natalie Janice Laston.
Gary Edward Lasko.
Nicholas Craig Lassman.
Paul Lasinski.
Charles A. Lorenzen.
Stephen James Loria.
Maria Lavache.
Dennis Francis Lavelle.
Janine Mary Laverty.
Anna A. Laverty.
Stephen Lawn.
Robert A. Lawrence Jr.
Nathaniel Lawson.
And my cousin Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva. Caro, there's not a single day in our lives that we do not think about you. Your optimism and your joy for life gives us strength and they guide us through difficult times. Caro, vivirás eternamente en nuestro corazón.
And my father, Michael Patrick Lafort, we love and miss you so much. Wishing you a happy 60th birthday. Today we celebrate you.
David W. Lachak.
Yushin Gabrielle Lazar.
James Patrick Leahy.
Joseph Gerard Levy.
Neil J. Levy.
Robert G. LeBlanc.
Leon Labor.
Kenneth Charles Lede.
Alan J. Lederman.
Elena F. Ledesma.
Alexis Laduca.
Daniel John Lee.
David S. Lee.
Dong Chul Lee.
Gary H. Lee.
Hyun June Lee.
Juanita Lee.
Catherine Blair Lee.
Linda C. Lee.
Lorraine Mary Green Lee.
Mi Young Woo Lee.
Richard Y. C. Lee.
Stuart Soon Jin Lee.
Yang Der Lee.
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz.
Adriana Legro.
Edward Joseph Lehman.
Eric Lerfeld.
David R. Leastman.
David Prudencio Lamagne.
Joseph Anthony Lenahan.
John Joseph Lennon Jr.
John Robinson Lenoir.
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.
Matthew G. Leonard.
Michael Lepore.
Charles A. L'Esperance.
Jeff Levine.
John Dennis Levi.
Alicia Karen Levin.
And my brother, Chris Allingham. Chris is now gone 21 years, and I believe he'd be extremely annoyed at the state of our country today. On his behalf, I am going to remind our elected officials why they have their jobs. The preamble to our Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. I'll be voting in November. If you're not upholding the Constitution, you're going to be out of a job. That's what Chris would want. God bless America.
And my brother, Donald Walter Robertson Jr. This never gets easy, Donnie. Words cannot express how much you are missed and loved. Your legacy lives on through your beautiful 4 children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, and Kevin, your family, your friends, and of course through Team Shamrock and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We choose to remember how you lived rather than how you left us. We vow to never, ever forget. We love you, Donnie. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Neil David Levin.
Robert Levine.
Robert Michael Levine.
Shai Levenhar.
Daniel M. Lewin.
Adam J. Lewis.
Jennifer Lewis.
Kenneth E. Lewis.
Margaret Susan Lewis.
Yi Wei Liang.
Orasri Liang Thanasarn.
Daniel F. Libretti.
Ralph Michael Lichardi.
Edward Lickshine.
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen.
Stephen Barry Lilienthal.
Carlos R. Lilo.
Craig Damian Lalore.
Arnold Arboleta Lim.
Daria Yin.
Wei Rong Lin.
Nikki L. Lindo.
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.
Robert Thomas Linane.
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.
Diane Teresa Lipari.
Kenneth P. Lira Aravallo.
Francisco Alberto Liriano.
Lorraine Lisi.
Paul Listen.
Vincent M. Lito.
Minghao Liu.
Nancy Liz.
Harold Liscano.
Martin Lizul.
George Andrew Janes.
Elizabeth C. Logler.
Catherine Lisa Luguidice.
Jerome Robert Lohez.
Michael William Lomax.
And my uncle Noral H. Mia and my aunt Shakila Yasmin. We miss you very much and we love you dearly.
My uncle John Gerard Farrell. Uncle John, I never got to meet you, but you live on in the stories that people tell about you, the ones who love you. I've heard a lot about your legendary humor, and I look forward to seeing you someday and to hearing the stories I've been told I'm not old enough to hear yet. We love you, John.
Stephen V. Long.
Laura Maria Longing.
Salvatore P. Lopez.
Daniel Lopez.
George Lopez.
Luis Manuel Lopez.
Maclovio Lopez Jr.
Manuel L. Lopez.
Joseph Lastrangio.
Chet Deck Louis.
Stuart Side Lewis.
Joseph Lavero.
Sarah Elizabeth Lowe.
Jenny Sue Quing Lo Wong.
Michael W. Lowe.
Gary W. Logier.
John P. Lazowski.
Charles Peter Lucania.
Edward Hobbs Luckett II.
Mark Gavin Ludvitskin.
Lee Charles Ludwig.
Sean Thomas Lugano.
Daniel Lugo.
Marie Lucas.
William Lum Jr.
Michael P. London.
Christopher E. Lunder.
Anthony Luparello.
Gary Frederick Lutnick.
Linda Ann Lucy Cohn.
Alexander Ligon.
Cece Lyles.
Farrell Peter Lynch.
James Francis Lynch.
James T. Lynch Jr.
Louise A. Lynch.
Michael Cameron Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Richard D. Lynch Jr.
And my uncle, firefighter Christopher Michael Mazzillo. Even though I never got the chance to meet you, it's like I know you and your personality better than anyone else. I know that I will forever have a piece of you in me. You are always there giving me that extra push, big or small. I especially think of you when I'm making memories, like ziplining upside down or jumping off a black rock in Hawaii, because I know if you were here, you would be right here by my side doing it with me. Because of you, I don't hold back on certain things in life. I live for you, hoping that I can do the things that you never got to do. I know that you're always with me, especially when I'm golfing or surfing. Thank you for always watching over the family. Sometimes I get worried about Dad working the same job as you, but then I remember that you're a guardian angel and you're keeping him safe. We all miss you and love you so much and wonder what life would be like if you never left. We love you endlessly, Uncle Chris.
And my uncle, Michael Lawrence Hannon. You are constantly celebrated by your family and friends, especially Aunt Andrea, Rachel, and Allie. We miss you, we love you, and let's go Islanders.
Robert Henry Lynch Jr.
Sean P. Lynch.
Sean Patrick Lynch.
Terrence M. Lynch.
Michael J. Lyons.
Monica Ann Lyons.
Neiman Lyons IV.
Patrick John Lyons.
Robert Francis Mace.
Marianne McFarland.
Jan Matsievsky.
Susan A. Mackey.
William Mako.
Catherine Fairfax McCrae.
Richard Blaine Madden.
Simon Madsen.
Noel C. Myers.
Jenny Ann McFayo.
Joseph Maffeo.
J. Robert Magazine.
Brian McGee.
Charles W. McGee.
Joseph V. McGiddy.
Ronald Magnuson.
Daniel L. Mayer.
Thomas A. Mahan.
William J. Mahoney.
Joseph Daniel Mayo.
Linda C. Mayer Grayling.
Takashi Makimoto.
Abdu Ali Malahi.
Deborah I. Maldonado.
Myrna T. Maldonado Augusto.
Alfred Russell Maller.
Gregory James Malone.
Edward Francis Maloney III.
Joseph E. Maloney,
Jean Edward Malloy,
Christian H. Maltby,
Francisco Miguel Mancino,
and my brother, John G. Chapora, Engine 219, died with ladder 105. John, we miss you every day. 21 years has gone by so fast. It's a lifetime ago for your nephew, Matthew. He turned 20 last month. He never knew you, but he has some of your personality traits, especially your sense of humor and work ethic. I think of you every day in the way you helped and interacted with people on a one-on-one basis. You had a very special way of dealing with people. Everyone you helped in your lifetime was important to you, and you made them feel special. Now I endeavor to do that myself, and I hope one day to be as successful as you. Your foundation helps people one person at a time, just like you would have done had you not been taken from us. We don't change people's lives, we just change their life for one day. Please watch over us and keep us safe. We love you, women. We miss you. God bless you, John.
and my brother, Peter Anton Klein. I love you. I miss your laugh and your wacky sense of humor. You live on in the hearts of your family, friends, and all who knew you, and in the next generation of your nephew and nieces, Anton, Lizzie, Carmen, and Margaret.
Joseph Mangano,
Sarah Elizabeth Manley,
Deborah M. Manetta,
Marion Victoria Manning,
Terrence John Manning,
James Maunis,
Alfred Gills Padre Joseph Marchand,
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.,
Laura A. Marchese,
Hilda Marson,
Peter Edward Mardikian,
Edward Joseph Mardovich,
Charles Joseph Margiata,
Louis Neil Mariani,
Kenneth Joseph Marino,
Lester V. Marino,
Vita Marino,
Kevin D. Marlowe,
Jose Juan Marrero,
John Daniel Marshall,
Shelley A. Marshall,
James Martello,
Michael A. Marty,
Karen Ann Martin,
Peter C. Martin,
Teresa M. Martin,
William J. Martin Jr.,
Brian E. Martineau,
Betsy Martinez,
Edward J. Martinez,
Jose Angel Martinez Jr.,
Robert Gabriel Martinez,
Waleska Martinez,
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon,
Paul Richard Martini,
Anne Marie Martino Kramer,
Joseph A. Moscali,
Bernard Mascarenas,
Stephen Frank Macy,
Ada L. Mason Acker,
and my cousin, FDNY Captain Vernon Allen Richard, your daughter Vanessa, and your son Vernon Jr., and your 5 grandchildren, the Mattingleys, the Richards, are all proud of you and miss you, and God bless you. And sleep in peace, Von Seal Turner.
and my father, Brian Joseph Murphy. Dad, I love you and miss you every day. I'm grateful for the 5 years we had together, and I know we would be best friends if you were still here.
Judy, Layla, and I talk about you all the time and carry on your legacy. You are so loved by the entire family. In addition to the lives lost on 9/11, I also remember and mourn for the victims of the War on Terror who were killed in the years since the attacks. Victims impacted by the ripple effects of 9/11 conflict and war deserve recognition as well.
Nicholas George Massa.
Patricia Ann Cimaroli Mazzari.
Michael Massaroli.
Philip William Mastrandrea Jr.
Rudy Mastrasinke.
Joseph Mathai.
Charles William Mathers.
William A. Matheson.
Marcelo Matrasiano.
Margaret Elaine Mattick.
Dean E. Matson.
Robert D. Matson.
Walter A. Matuza Jr.
Timothy J. Maud.
Jill Mora Campbell.
Charles A. Morrow Jr.
Charles J. Morrow.
Dorothy Morrow.
Nancy T. Morrow.
Robert J. Maxwell.
Renee A. May.
Tyrone May.
Keith Roy Marcellus Maynard.
Robert J. Mayo.
Kathy N. Mazza.
Edward Mazzella Jr.
Jennifer Lynn Mazzata.
Karia Mumbaya.
My friend and colleague, James Joseph McAlary Jr.
Brian Gerard McLeese.
Patricia Ann McAnany.
Colin R. MacArthur.
John Kevin McAvoy.
Kenneth M. McBrayer.
Brendan F. McCabe.
Michael McCabe.
Thomas Joseph McCann.
Justin McCarthy.
Kevin M. McCarthy.
Michael Desmond McCarthy.
And my brother, FDNY Captain William O'Keefe. Billy, I read your name 10 years ago when you were about to be a grandfather. There are now 9 wonderful additions to our family, with 3 more on the way. They will all know you. They will all know the pride we feel when we say your name, and most of all, they will love you.
And for my uncle, Michael Joseph Duffy. Although I never met you personally, all of the stories my family have told me show how fun and kind of a person you were, and I am so honored to be named after you. And as your grandpa Jimmy Duffy used to say, we love you like there's no tomorrow. God bless America.
Robert G. McCarthy.
Stanley McCaskill.
Katie Marie McCloskey.
Juliana Valentine McCourt.
Ruth Magdalene McCourt.
Charles Austin McCran.
Tony L. F. McDay.
Matthew T. McDermott.
Joseph P. McDonald.
Brian Grady McDonald.
Michael P. McDonald.
John F. McDowell Jr.
Eamon J. McEnany.
John Thomas McErlian Jr.
Daniel Francis McKinley.
Mark Ryan McGinley.
William E. McGinn.
Thomas Henry McGinnis.
Michael Gregory McGinty.
Ann Walsh McGovern.
Scott Martin McGovern.
William J. McGovern.
Stacy Senis McGowan.
Francis Noel McGuinn.
Thomas F. McGinnis Jr.
Patrick J. McGuire,
Thomas M. McHale,
Keith David McKeffey,
Ann M. McHugh,
Dennis J. McHugh III,
Dennis P. McHugh,
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.,
Robert G. McIlvaine,
Donald James McIntyre,
Stephanie Marie McKenna,
Molly L. McKenzie,
Barry J. McKeon,
Evelyn C. McKinney,
Darrell Laren McKinney,
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.,
and to my brother Alan Upton, we miss you. 21 years, and boy, it feels real still.
and my brother Andrew Ira Rosenblum. Andy, in the last 21 years, your two sons, Jordan and Kyle, have grown into fine young men, and they've already started families of their own. You have two grandsons now, Maddie and your namesake, Andrew Ira Rosenblum. You would have been so proud of them, as well as all your nieces, nephews, cousins, and the entire family. You're missed at every celebration. We love you, we miss you, we think of you every day.
Robert C. McLaughlin Jr.,
Gavin McMahon,
Robert D. McMahon,
Edmund M. McNally,
Daniel Walker McNeil,
Walter Arthur McNeil,
Christine Sheila McNulty,
Sean Peter McNulty,
Robert William McPadden,
Terrence A. McShane,
Timothy Patrick McSweeney,
Martin E. McWilliams,
Rocco A. Medaglia,
Abigail Medina,
Anna Iris Medina,
Damian Meehan,
William J. Meehan Jr.,
Alok Kumar Mifta,
Raymond Meisenheimer,
Manuel Emilio Mejia,
Adeskar Malanaku,
Antonio Melendez,
Mary P. Melendez,
Christopher D. Mello,
Yelenia Melanichico,
Stuart Todd Meltzner,
Diarella Giovanna Mena,
Dora Marie Menchaca,
Charles R. Mendez,
Lizette Mendoza,
Siobhan Alicia Mendez,
Wolfgang Peter Menzel,
Steve John Mercado,
Wilfredo Mercado,
Wesley Mercer,
Ralph Joseph Mercurio,
Alan Harvey Merdinger,
George L. Marino,
Yamal Josephina Marino,
George Mercoris,
and my beautiful mother, Barbara P. Walsh. Mom, 20 years, you went to work the North Tower on the 96th floor, Marsha McLennan. Your whole company was killed instantly. 21 years without you, in our hearts, we are still so broken. You are so missed, Mom. We have pushed through for you to relive the traditions that you taught us. You'd be very proud of all of us. Daddy's 82 years old, going on 83, and still missing you terribly. Your grandchildren, you would be so proud of them, Mom. They're unbelievable. Wishing and loving you is so easy that we know that you're in our hearts forever. You've helped us get through this pain, and we know that you're always with us. We love you, Mom, and continue to watch over us.
And my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. The definition of a hero is one who shows great courage. I'm amazed at the courage of all the grandparents, parents, widows, siblings, children, with the grief that they have to deal with the past 21 years. Grief is the price we pay for true love.
Deborah Merrick,
Raymond Joseph Metz III.
Jill Ann Metzler.
David Robert Meyer.
Nurul H. Marlan.
William Edward Michiuli.
Martin Paul Michelstein.
Patricia E. Mickley.
Ronald D. Malam.
Peter Teague Milano.
Gregory Malichevitz.
Lukasz Tomasz Malewski.
Sharon Christian Milan.
Corey Peter Miller.
Greg J. Miller.
Douglas C. Miller.
Henry Alfred Miller Jr.
Joel Miller.
Michael Matthew Miller.
Nicole Carol Miller.
Philip D. Miller.
Robert Allen Miller.
Robert Cromwell Miller Jr.
Benny Millman.
Charles M. Mills Jr.
Ronald Keith Milstein.
Robert J. Marana.
William George Minardi.
Louis Joseph Manero.
Thomas Minjone.
Wilbert Morale.
Dominic N. Merkovich.
Rashaj Ajan Mapuri.
Joseph D. Mistruli.
Susan J. Miskovich.
Paul Thomas Mitchell.
Richard P. Muccio.
Jeffrey Peter Ledenik.
Frank V. Mokia Jr.
Louis Joseph Modaferri.
And my sister Abigail Callis Bandina, which I don't lose the hope of meeting her again one time in this life again.
And my sister Marissa DiNardo. So many things we've missed. The family gatherings, which were never the same after you were taken from us. Our world is a different place because you're not here. I see you every day in my thoughts, and I see you in my children's eyes. I know you're still with us. We miss you so much. I hope you're with Mom and that you found each other again. Love never dies. My big sis, I love you.
Boyi Mohammed.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel D. Mojica Jr.
Kleber Rolando Molina.
Manuel de Jesus Molina.
Cara Molinero.
Justin John Molisani Jr.
Brian Patrick Monaghan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Gerard Monahan.
Kristen Lee Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Michael G. Montesi.
Carlos Alberto Montoya.
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Cheryl Ann Moniak.
Thomas Carlo Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna V. Morthy.
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
Sonia Mercedes Morales Popolo.
Gerard P. Moran Jr.
John Christopher Moran.
John Michael Moran.
Kathleen Moran.
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse.
George William Morell.
Stephen P. Morello.
Vincent S. Morello.
Yvette Nicole Moreno.
Dorothy Morgan.
Richard J. Morgan.
Nancy Morgenstern.
Sane Mori.
Blanca Robertina Morocho.
Lionel Geronimo Morocho.
Dennis Gerard Maroney.
And my cousin, Michael A. Marty. Michael, we love and miss you every day. Your memory is a blessing, along with all the angels watching over us today.
And my sister Maria Teresa Conception Santillan, or we called her Marites. Marites, I wish Mom and Dad were here with me, but they're with you in heaven. Please look after them. Please look after us, me, Victor, Talia, Jennifer, and our kids, Rocco, Xavier, Marites, Grayson, and Rylan. I know it's a sign from you when my son Rylan was born on September 10th, 2018, and also my daughter Marites, who you're named after, was born on September 12th, 2012. Also wanted to say that I miss you, and I miss when you used to tell me you got problems. And also, I just want to say that I miss you. I miss Mom and Dad very much. And my condolences to all to the 9/11 families. And it was an honor to read the names. And God bless America.
Lynn Irene Morris.
Odessa B. Morris.
Seth Allen Morris.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martell Morrison.
Ferdinand B. Marone.
William David Moscow.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Matroni.
Cynthia Motus Wilson.
Yuri A. Muchinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mazzillo.
Stephen Vincent Muldery.
Richard T. Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Francisco Heladio Munoz.
Carlos Mario Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert Michael Mirage.
Caesar Augusto Murillo.
Mark A. Morello.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James F. Murphy IV.
James Thomas Murphy.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick Jude Murphy.
Patrick Sean Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
And my father, Raymond Joseph Metz III. Mom, Nat, and I love and miss you so much, and I'm so proud to be your daughter.
And my sister, Tamar C. Thurman, Sergeant, U.S. Army, Department of Defense, the Pentagon, E-Ring. Tammy, for your family and the friends who knew and truly loved you, we truly miss you. It's been 21 years, but I will say this. Say no worries, sis. I got your 6, and I will keep you in my mind and my heart, always and forever.
Robert Eddie Murphy Jr.
John Joseph Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Suzanne D. Murray.
Louis J. Nackey II.
Richard Todd Myrie.
Mildred Rose Naiman.
Robert B. Nagel.
Alexander John Robert Napier.
Takuya Nakamura.
John Philip Napolitano.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
Mario Nardone Jr.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Sean M. Nassane.
Monica K. Narula.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Narendra Nath.
Francis Joseph Nazario.
Joseph M. Navis.
Raymond Marcus Neblet.
Glenroy I. Neblet.
Lawrence F. Nadell.
Jerome O. Ned.
Pete Negron.
Luke G. Nee.
Ann N. Nelson.
Lori Ann Nara.
Ginger Risco Nelson.
David William Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson.
James A. Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt.
Peter Allen Nelson.
Renee Tetrault Newell.
Gerard Terrence Nevins.
Christopher Newton Carter.
Christopher C. Newton. Nancy Yuen Go.
And my husband, Mark Adam Brisman. You are so dearly loved and continue to be a guiding light for me and for our family. I want to express my gratitude to the first responders, especially those responsible for the recovery and return of my husband's wedding ring. God bless you, God bless Mark, and all of our loved ones. And God bless America.
And my Uncle Bart Joseph Ruggieri. Although our lives only overlap for less than a year, your memory has been kept alive through the stories of our family. And we can only hope to make every day a celebration like you did. We love and miss you, Bart. God bless America.
Kong Naguk Nagoyan.
Jody Trebedino Nicello.
Kathleen Ann Nicosia.
Martin Stewart Netterer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Niestad Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nibley.
John Valentine Niven.
Catherine McGarry Nowak.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. North.
Daniel R. Nolan.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Grant Norton.
Daniela Rosalia Nataro.
Brian Christopher Novatsky.
Soichi Numata.
Brian Nunes.
Jose Nunez.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James A. Oakley.
Dennis Patrick O'Bird.
James P. O'Brien Jr.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Scott J. O'Brien.
Tim Michael O'Brien.
Daniel O'Callahan.
Dennis James O'Connor Jr.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Richard J. O'Connor.
Amy O'Doherty.
Marnie Pont O'Doherty.
Douglas East Elslager.
Takashi Ogawa.
Albert Ogletree.
And my grandmother, Barbara P. Walsh. Grandma, it's crazy how fast time flies. Although I never met you, I know you. I often wonder if Mom sees you in me. I'm here today to represent Generation 912, those who never experienced 9/11, but still suffer the aftermath of it. We will never ever forget what happened on this day 21 years ago. Keep sending rainbows, Grandma. We love and miss you terribly.
And to my loving sister, Judy Hazel Fernandez, and my lovely cousin, Marites Centillion. 21 years and our heart still aches. During these tough days, I think about all the great memories we had and shared together as one big family. I think about all the road trips we did as our family, all the get-togethers, all the mahjong parties. I really miss those days. I miss your smile. You both really knew how to have fun, and you both light up the rooms. You brought so much excitement in this world. I have comfort knowing that you're both up there looking out for us. Judy Marites, you would have been proud aunts to Avery, Emily, Derek, Brandon, Rocco, ex-Marites, Grayson, and Rylan. They really are our bundle of joy and keep us going. We all miss you until we meet you again.
Philip Paul Ognabeni.
John A. Oganowski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Otis.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerald Thomas O'Leary.
Christine Ann Allender.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward K. Oliver.
Leah Elizabeth Oliver.
Eric Taub Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Barbara K. Olson.
Maureen Lyons Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony.
Toshihiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Peter J. O'Neill, Jr.
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill,
Betty Ann Ong,
Michael C. Opperman,
Christopher T. Orgilowitz,
Margaret Quinn Orlowski,
Virginia Ann Ormiston,
Ruben S. Ornado,
Kevin M. O'Rourke,
Ronald Rossini,
Peter Keith Ortali,
Juan Ortega Campos,
Jane Marie Orth,
Alexander Ortiz,
David Ortiz,
Emilio Pete Ortiz,
Pablo Ortiz,
and my grandmother, Arlene Ava Fried. Although I never got to meet you, I see your legacy live on every day. I see parts of you in my sister Ava, my stepmom Allison, my aunts, and my cousins. I love you beyond words, and we will all miss you so much. I love you, Grandma Arlene.
and my uncle, firefighter Peter J. Carroll. It's crazy. It's been 21 years, but I can't look at you. Not a day goes by that we had a family gathering and don't talk about you and laugh about you. So we miss you. You've got 4 beautiful grandkids. Love you, miss you, Uncle Pete.
Paul Ortiz Jr.,
Sonia Ortiz,
Masaru Osei,
Patrick J. O'Shea,
Robert William O'Shea,
Elsie Carolina Osario Oliva,
James R. Ostrowski,
Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan,
Jason Douglas Oswald,
Michael John Utton,
Isidro D. Otenwalder,
Michael Shung Wu,
Todd Joseph Oida,
Jesus Ovales,
Peter J. Owens Jr.,
Adianis Oyoila,
Angel M. Pabon Jr.,
Israel Padon Jr.,
Roland Pacheco,
Michael Benjamin Packer,
Diana B. Padro,
Deepa Pakala,
Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo,
Thomas Palazzo,
Richard A. Palazzolo,
Oreo Joseph Palmer,
Frank Anthony Palumbo,
Alan N. Palumbo,
Christopher Matthew Panettiere,
Dominique Lisa Pandolfo,
Jonas Martin Panic,
Paul J. Pensini,
John M. Paolillo,
Edward Joseph Papa,
Salvatore T. Papasso,
Vinud Kumar Parakat,
Marie Papalardo,
Nitin Ramesh Pankar,
Vijay Shankar Paramsafi,
and my father, James Nicholas Papa George. I love you and miss you. You're my biggest role model. I hope you're proud of who I've become, and I hope you're proud of who I will become in the future.
and my uncle, Andrew LaCourte. We love you and miss you.
Pardai Parbu,
James Wendell Parham,
Deborah Marie Harris,
George Paris,
Guy Young Park,
Philip Lacey Parker,
Michael Elaine Parks,
Robert E. Parks Jr.,
Laxmuxi Parmar,
Robert Paro,
Diane Marie Parsons,
Leobardo Lopez Pascual,
Michael J. Pascuma Jr.,
Gerald Hughes Paskins,
Horace Robert Pasananti,
Suzanne H. Passaro,
Avnish Ramanbai Patel,
Dipti Patel,
Manish Patel,
Stephen Bennett Patterson,
James Matthew Patrick,
Manuel D. Petrosino,
Bernard E. Patterson,
Clifford L. Patterson Jr.,
Sierra Marie Patty,
Robert E. Pattison,
James Robert Hall,
Patrice Paz,
Victor Hugo Paz,
Stacy Lynn Peak,
Richard Allen Perlman,
Darrell V. Pearsall, Jr.,
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli,
Thomas Pedicini,
Todd Douglas Polino,
Mike Adrian Pelletier,
Anthony G. Peluso,
Angel R. Pena,
Robert Penninger,
Richard Al Penny,
and my father, Jesus J.R. Sanchez. On this day, I think about him now more than ever because this year my son, Caden Jesus Sanchez, was born. Dad, you should have been here to hold your grandson in your hands when he was born on Father's Day. I know you would have been excited to teach him things, talk to him, spend time with him. Though my son will never meet you, I will make sure forever that he knows about you, your kindness, your compassion, how you love people, baking cakes, and love traveling. That he knows of the 2,977 souls that died on 9/11 and how brave every single soul that day was, such as Flight 93, the NYPD, FDNY, and the first responders. That he knows about the NYPD's 23 police officers and 37 Port Authority officers that, despite everything that was going on that day, ran towards the chaos. The bravery of every single FDNY's 343 firefighters that some of them were on their way home or having a day off, heard what was going on, turned around and went back to help. Despite knowing that the chaos was so massively too big to fathom, knowing that not one but two planes hit the towers, yet they still ran into the buildings, the only thought being the need to get everybody out and the need to save them. I will make sure that my son knows about the people that helped each other in the stairwells and the people that helped after the dust settled and made a difference. He will know that when push comes to shove, we are able to come together and rise above our differences, not as a people, but as a country. Just as this spot was once a travesty, now something beautiful. God bless this New York City, God bless the NYPD, FDNY, the first responders, the heroes of today, the heroes of back then. God bless America, and God bless the 9/11 family members. Thank you.
and my brother Oleg Wengerchuk. Oleg worked for Washington Group International on the 91st floor of the South Tower. He was last seen by his friends at the 78th floor express elevator at 8:55. After the infamous announcement came on that the South Tower was secure, a survivor that did get on the elevator told us Oleg did not. At 9:03, Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower. 3 weeks later, as we walked together along the wreckage of twisted 9/11 steel, our mama remarked how ironic that Oleg was born 2 months premature amidst heavy bombing in World War II and survived. Yet he perished a victim of terrorism 56 years later here. Oleg's kind, open, generous, and loving spirit has lived on within all of our hearts for these 21 years. But we dearly miss his magnetic personality, sense of humor, and passion for life. Oleg's wife Oksana will miss celebrating with him what should have been their 53rd anniversary. They were soulmates since they were 2. She remembers blowing him a kiss as he left for work that morning. Who knew it'd be the last? Oleg would be beyond proud of his daughter Andrea and her husband Brian as they are raising his amazing, soon-to-be 6 years old grandson Bryce. Bryce has his wonderful smile, twinkling eyes, and athletic ability. He loves the water and is a great swimmer, just like his grandfather. They would have been great pals. Oleg was a proud Ukrainian American. Had he survived the 9/11 terrorism, Oleg would be appalled at the acts of terrorism Ukraine is enduring to this day. Oleg was 56. He will always be 56. I am now older than my older brother ever got to be. I'm so glad my husband encouraged me to read the bios of the names I was to read today. Most of them were only in their 30s and 40s. I'll tell you about 2 of them. James Parham was only 32. He was a U.S. Marine, law enforcement officer, and then Port Authority officer. His brother's quote, I believe, was, he'd give up everything to help somebody. And then there's 35-year-old Robert Parro, a firefighter, who they said he'd be the first person there to help you. Dearest first responders and families, you have our eternal respect and gratitude. Deepest sympathies from my family to all who have lost family, friends, and fellow Americans. It's a long list, but we must remember all of them. As the inscription in the museum says, no day shall erase you from the memory of time. God bless America. Thank you for listening and caring.
Salvatore F. Pepe. Carl Allen B. Peralta,
Robert David Peraza,
John A. Perconti Jr.,
Alejo Perez,
Angel Perez Jr.,
Angela Susan Perez,
Anthony Perez,
Ivan Antonio Perez,
Nancy E. Perez,
Barry Berenson Perkins,
Joseph John Perosino,
Edward J. Parada,
Imelda H. Perry,
Glenn C. Perry Sr.,
John William Perry,
Franklin Allen Pershep,
Danny Pesci,
Michael John Pescherine,
Davin N. Peterson,
Donald Arthur Peterson,
Jean Holly Peterson,
William Russell Peterson,
Mark James Petrocelli,
Philip Scott Petty,
Glenn Karen Pettit,
Dominic A. Pizzulo,
Kayleen Elizabeth Pizzuti,
Kevin J. Pfeiffer,
Tu On Farm,
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.,
Snay Ann Phillip,
Eugenia McCann Piantieri,
Ludwig John Picaro,
Matthew Paserno,
Joseph O. Pick,
Christopher J. Pickford,
Dennis J. Pierce,
Bernard Petronico,
Nicholas B. Pietrunti,
and my mother, Joan Donna Griffith. Mommy, we miss you so much. Life has not been the same since you've been gone. We've experienced a whole pandemic, and grief has been intense. Even reading names today feels so much deeper than it's felt before after experiencing what we felt in these past 2 years. We miss you and love you so much. We remember you. We need you. Please continue to watch over us. Thank you.
And my daughter, Maria Ramirez. Maria, I don't know when this weight in my chest is gonna go away, but it's gonna be there, I guess, until they lay me down beside you. I just wanna let you know that when you went away, you have 5 nieces and nephews, and now today you have over 16, including a great nephew. So I just want you to know that there will always be talked to you. We will talk to them about you. We will always let them know that you would have been their cool aunt, because the way you spoiled the first 2, Logan and Layla, I mean, this just hurts because they are losing so much. Not having you around, they are losing so much. Thank you. And thank you for all the first responders and everybody that's here today. And thank you all for always remembering. You will never be forgotten. I'm a mother, and all the mothers out there that lost, I know everybody hurts and everybody feel the pain, but there's nothing like the pain a mother has. So if you're a mother, I stand with you today. Thank you.
Theodorus Pigus,
Susan Elizabeth Pinto,
Joseph Piscadlo,
Christopher Todd Pittman,
Joshua Michael Piver,
Robert R. Plazier III,
Zandra F. Plazier,
Joseph Plumentalo,
John M. Poacher,
William Howard Pullman,
Lawrence Michael Paulich,
Thomas H. Polhamus,
Steve Policino,
Susan M. Polio,
Darren H. Pontel,
Joshua Ayusa Poptine,
Giovanna Porras,
Anthony Portillo,
James Edward Patorti.
Daphne Paletsis.
Richard N. Polis.
Stephen Emmanuel Polis.
Brandon Jerome Powell.
Scott Allen Powell.
Sean Edward Powell.
Antonio Dorsey Pratt.
Gregory M. Preziose.
Wanda Evelise Prince.
Vincent A. Princiota.
Kevin M. Pryor, FDNY Firefighter Squad 252.
Everett Martin Proctor III.
Carrie Beth Projan.
David Lee Prume.
Richard A. Prunty, FDNY Battalion Chief, Battalion 2.
John Foster Puckett.
Robert David Pugliese.
Edward F. Polis.
Patricia Ann Puma.
Jack D. Punches.
Hemeth Kumar Putar.
And my father, Anthony Starita. It's hard knowing that there's things we'll never get back, like the tears we've shed, the memories we've lost, and the conversations we've never gotten to have. But I also know that all the good and all the blessings we've received over the last 21 years, like me starting my first job this past week, or your daughter getting married last month, I know that you've been smiling, you've been proud, and you've been with us every step of the way. Gone, never forgotten, and thank you for everyone who helps keep my father's legacy alive, along with all the victims. Thank you so much.
And my Aunt Joanne Rubino, who worked in the North Tower for Marcia McLennan. Last week you would have turned 66. You were gone too soon from us. I continue to wear your cross as it serves as a sense of protection for me. We love and miss you so much, and you will never be forgotten. Special remembrance to Ronnie Kirshner, FDNY firefighter of Ladder 154, who passed away 2 weeks ago to 9/11 related illness. You're one of the first to show me the brotherhood, Ronnie, and I really thank you for your guidance. God bless the FDNY, NYPD, PAPD, our emergency service workers. God bless America.
Joseph J. Picari, Jr.
Edward R. Picon.
Christopher Quackenbush.
Lars Peter Qualden.
Lincoln Quape.
Beth Ann Quigley.
Patrick J. Guigli IV.
Michael T. Kilty.
James Francis Quinn.
Ricardo J. Quinn.
Cara Millicent Rabales.
Christopher Peter Anthony Ricaniello.
Leonard J. Ragalia.
Eugene J. Raggio.
Laura Marie Ragandi Sink.
Michael Paul Ragusa.
Peter Frank Raimondi.
Harry A. Rains.
Lisa J. Rains.
Edisham Raja.
Valsa Raju.
Edward J. Rawl.
Lucas Rambosek.
Maria Ramirez.
Harry Ramus.
Vishnu Ramsarup.
Deborah A. Ramosu.
Lorenzo E. Ramsey.
Alfred Todd Rank.
Adam David Rand.
Jonathan C. Randall.
Shreyas S. Ranganath.
Ann T. Ranson.
Faina Rappaport.
Rhonda Sue Rasmussen.
Robert A. Rasmussen.
Aminia Rasul.
R. Mark Rossweiler.
Marsha D. Ratchford.
David Allen James Rathke.
And my brother, my twin, Luis Jimenez Jr., keep looking after my son, Jimmy, my sister, Jackie, and my mother, Rosa. We miss you.
And my aunt, Lucille Teresa King, and local 1 IUEC hero, Brother Chuck Costello. Never forget.
William Ralph Robb.
Gerard F. Rousey.
Alexei Razuvayev.
Gregory Rita.
Sarah Ann Redheffer.
Michelle Marie Reed.
Judith Ann Reese.
Donald J. Regan.
Robert M. Regan.
Thomas Michael Regan.
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard.
Howard Reich.
Greg Reedy.
James Brian Riley.
Kevin O. Riley.
Timothy E. Riley.
Joseph Reyna Jr.
Thomas Barnes Reinig.
Frank Bennett Reisman.
Joshua Scott Reese.
Karen Renda.
John Armand Rio.
Richard Cyril Rescorla.
John Thomas Resta.
Sylvia Sampio Resta.
Martha M. Reski.
David E. Reddick.
Todd H. Rubin.
Luis Clodoaldo Rivera Mir.
Eduvigus Reyes Jr.
Bruce Albert Reynolds.
John Frederick Rhodes.
Francis Savadio Riccadelli.
Rudolph N. Riccio.
Anne Marie Riccaboni.
David Harlow Rice.
Eileen Mary Rice.
Kenneth Frederick Rice III.
Cecilia E. Richard.
Vernon Allen Richard.
And my uncle, Martin Lizzle, who's lost 21 years ago today, is still felt and has been every day since. As my family and thousands of others' families know, our loved ones can be taken from us way too soon. So hug your loved ones, tell them how much you love them, and Uncle Mar, we love you, and we miss you every day.
And my beautiful sister, Deborah Lynn Gibbon. Dear Debbie, we miss you always, every day, and we'll never forget. You live on in our hearts, and you're our guardian angel. Love from all our family.
Claude Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Benicia Orentia Richards.
Jimmy Reaches.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Rimmel III.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph R. Rivelli Jr.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaias Rivera.
Juan Williams Rivera.
Linda Ivalis Rivera.
David E. Rivers.
Joseph R. Reverso.
Paul B. Rizza.
John Frank Rizzo.
Stephen Louis Roach.
Joseph Roberto.
Leo Arthur Roberts.
Michael E. Roberts.
Michael Edward Roberts.
Donald Walter Robertson Jr.
Jeffrey Robinson.
Michelle Lee Jean Robotham.
Donald Arthur Robson.
Antonio A. Rocha.
Raymond James Rocha.
Laura Rockefeller.
John Michael Roddick,
Antonio Jose Rodriguez,
Anthony Rodriguez,
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez,
Gregory E. Rodriguez,
Marcia A. Rodriguez,
Myra Valdez Rodriguez,
Richard Rodriguez,
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas,
and my uncle, Brian Craig Bennett. I know you're staring down at us every day, and I know you've always been there as the constant force telling your mother, sisters, nephews, and niece to keep going, even when the road seems at its bleakest. And I've never known that fact to be more true than when I followed your footsteps on the Camino Inca. From your favorite movie, what you know you can't explain, but you can feel it. You felt it your entire life. We still know you. We still feel you.
and my father, Norberto Hernandez, and my aunt, Clarabelle Villalobos Hernandez. You still live on through your family, your children, your grandchildren. We love you and we miss you so much. No, this doesn't get easier. It's just a continuation of more and more sadness and trauma, but we live through your spirit. We remember how happy and loving you guys were, and that's what your grandchildren, children, and family remember. You will forever live on. God bless everyone here. God bless NYPD, FDNY, our military, law enforcement. God bless America, because that's what we need. Blessings from God. Continue to watch over us.
Matthew Rogan.
Jean Destrahan Rogier.
Carly Rogers.
Scott William Ronner.
Keith Michael Roma.
Joseph M. Romagnolo.
Efrain Romero Sr.
Elvin Romero.
James A. Ramito.
Sean Paul Rooney.
Eric Thomas Ropeto.
Aida Rosario.
Angela Rosario.
Mark H. Rosen.
Brooke David Rosenbaum.
Linda Rosenbaum.
Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum.
Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg.
Mark Lewis Rosenberg.
Andrew Ira Rosenblum.
Joshua M. Rosenblum.
Joshua Allen Rosenthal.
Richard David Rosenthal.
Philip Martin Rosenswag.
Daniel Rossetti.
Richard Barry Ross.
Norman S. Rossenow.
Nicholas P. Rossomondo.
Michael Craig Rothberg.
Donna Marie Rothenberg.
Mark David Rothenberg.
James Michael Rue.
Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe.
Edward V. Rowenhorst.
Judy Rowlett.
Timothy Allen Roy Sr.
Paul G. Ruback.
Ronald J. Rubin.
Joanne Rubino.
David M. Ruddle.
And my uncle, firefighter Salvatore Benedetto Calabro. Sal, I wish you were here to see everything the family and ours have accomplished. You'd be extremely proud.
And my father, Roy Michael Wallace. Dad, we love and miss you every day. I wish you were here to experience all of life's moments with me and to watch me become the person I am today. Although I was too young to make my own memories with you, I am forever grateful for all of the stories I've heard about you from family and friends. I love you, and I hope I'm making you proud.
Bar Joseph Royer.
Susan A. Ruggiero,
Adam K. Roeder,
Gilbert Ruiz,
Robert E. Russell,
Stephen P. Russell,
Stephen Harris Roshan,
Michael Thomas Russo Sr.,
Wayne Allen Russo,
William R. Ruth,
Edward Ryan,
John Joseph Ryan,
Jonathan Steve Ryan,
Matthew L. Ryan,
Tatiana Rioba,
Christina Sunga Ryuk,
Terry Sada,
Jason Elazar Sabag,
Thomas E. Zabella,
Scott H. Saber,
Charles E. Zabin,
Joseph Francis Satternote,
Jessica Lee Sachs,
Francis John Sedocha,
Judy Elias Safi,
Brock Joel Safronoff,
Edward Saya,
John Patrick Salmon,
Marjorie Z. Salomon,
Hernando Rafael Salas,
Juan G. Salas,
Esmerlin Antonio Salcedo,
John Pepe Salerno,
Rama Sali and her unborn child,
Richard L. Salinardi, Jr.,
Wayne John Salomon,
Norbert Salomon,
Catherine Patricia Salter,
Frank G. Salvatierra,
Paul Richard Salvio,
and my brother Luis Eduardo Torres Rueda. I miss you and I love you.
and my father, Richard James Stadelberger. My father was called to serve overseas when he was a younger man, and as an older man, he was called to serve as the president of our local Little League in Lincroft, New Jersey, where they dedicated a field to his memory. He was a gentleman and a hero, and our days are a little bit less colorful without him, but we are so proud to carry his name. God bless our first responders, and God bless America.
Samuel Robert Salvo Jr.,
Carlos Alberto Samaniego,
John P. Sammartino,
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.,
Michael San Felipe,
Hugo M. Sanai,
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez,
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez,
Jesus Sanchez,
Raymond Sanchez,
Eric M. Sand,
Stacy Lee Sanders,
Herman S. Sandler,
Jim Sands Jr.,
Aileen J. Santiago,
Kirsten Reese Santiago,
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan,
Susan Gail Santo,
Christopher A. Santora,
John August Santori,
Mario L. Santoro,
Rafael Humberto Santos,
Rufino C.F. Santos III,
Victor J. Sarcini,
Kalyan K. Sarkar,
Chappelle Renee Stewart Sarkar,
Paul F. Sar,
Deepka Kumar Santaluri,
Gregory Thomas Sacedo,
Susan M. Sauer,
Anthony Savas,
Vladimir Sapkino,
John Michael Sparbaro,
David M. Scales,
Robert Louis Scandoli,
Michelle Scarpanella,
Dennis Scorso,
John Albert Schwartz,
John G. Scharf,
Fred C. Sheffield Jr.,
Angela Susan Scheinberg,
Scott Mitchell Schertzer,
Sean Schlelke,
Stephen Francis Schlag,
Robert A. Schlegel,
John Schitzel,
Karen Helene Schmidt,
Ian Schneider,
Thomas G. Scholes,
Frank G. Schultz Jr.,
Gerard Patrick Schrang,
Jeffrey H. Scherer,
John T. Schroeder,
Susan Lee Lespenas Scholler,
Edward K. Skunk,
Mark Evan Schumacher,
John Burkhart Schwartz,
Mark Schwartz.
Adrian Victoria Scabetta,
Raphael Skorka.
and my brother Mark Schwartz. Harvey, Mindy, and I miss you very much. Jennifer, Andrew, and Patty also miss you and love you. And your legacy lives on in your children and beautiful grandchildren.
Special friends Sean Talon, Yvette Moreno, Joseph Anthony Ecabelli, Patricia Fagan, John Gallagher, and Susan Perez, and my brother Kevin Joseph Frawley. We miss and love you, Kevin. You're our angel. God bless the families and the victims, and God bless America.
Janice M. Scott,
Randolph Scott,
Christopher J. Scudder,
Arthur Warren Scullin,
Michael H. Seaman,
Margaret M. Seeliger,
Anthony Sagara,
Carlos Sagara,
Jason M. Sexer,
Matthew Carmen Salito,
Michael L. Selvis,
Howard Selwyn,
Larry John Senko,
Arturo Angelo Sereno,
Frankie Serrano,
Marian H. Serva,
Alana Seishinova,
Adele Christine Sessa,
Sita Normala Sunarine,
Karen Lynn Seymour,
Davis Deeg Grieg Senza Jr.,
Thomas Joseph Scroy,
J.S. Chantal Shah,
Khalid M. Shahid,
Mohammed Shahjahan,
Gary Shamai,
Earl Richard Shanahan,
Dan F. Shanauer,
Neil G. Shestri,
Catherine Ann Shatzoff,
Barbara A. Shaw,
Jeffrey James Shaw,
Robert John Shea Jr.,
Daniel James Shea,
Joseph Patrick Shea,
Kathleen Shearer,
Robert Michael Shearer,
Linda June Sheehan,
Hagay Sheffy,
Antoinette M. Sherman,
John Anthony Sherry,
Atsusi Shiratori,
Thomas Joseph Schubert,
Mark Shulman,
C. Wong Shum,
Alan Abraham Schwartzstein,
Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz,
Joanna Sigmund,
Diane T. Signer,
Gregory Sikorsky,
Firefighter Stephen Gerard Siller,
David Silver,
Craig A. Silverstein,
Nasima H. Simji,
Bruce Edward Simmons,
Diane M. Simmons,
Donald D. Simmons,
George W. Simmons,
Arthur Simon.
Kenneth Allen Simon.
It's an honor to read all these 30 names today, but especially to remember my brother from Engine 201 in Brooklyn, New York, firefighter John Shard. I miss you and love you every day, and your strength continues to help me every day. I love you and I miss you.
And my uncle, Donald Joseph DeFranco. My uncle was the broadcast engineer for Channel 7, and one of his main responsibilities was keeping the strong signal for Channel 7. And he continues to do that through our family by keeping us strong every day for the past 21 years that we did not have him. We love and we miss you, Uncle Don, and please continue to watch over our family.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LaQuarrie Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Louise Simkin,
Jeff Lyle Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamlade Kami Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel F. Skiskopoulos,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.,
Toyana Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skrizapek,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sluwak,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Smagala Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lawrence Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith Jr.,
Moira Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shehadeh Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bullis Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder,
Astrid
Jr.,
Elizabeth Sohan,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solares,
Naomi Leah Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Mari Ray Sopper,
Michael Charles Soresi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Sulas,
Gregory Thomas Spagnoletti,
Donald F. Spaminato Jr.,
Thomas Sparescio,
John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spare Jr.,
Robert Spiceman,
Maynard S. Spence Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
and to our sister Celeste Torres Victoria. Celeste was a model, not only in fashion and style, but because of who she was and what she stood for. My brother Alito in Spain brought to my attention that her name, Celeste Torres, means heavenly towers or sky towers. And like a heavenly tower, she was tall, slim, elegant, intelligent, with an amazing personality. Celeste attended NYU and graduated cum laude in journalism. As a woman of the media, she used that platform to advocate for justice, children, and women's rights. Celeste understood that education played a major role in her success and modeled that same principle in her daughter, Jasmine Victoria. Jasmine graduated from Duke University on a full academic scholarship, and recently, internationally, she completed a dual master's degree, one from Oxford University in England and HEC in Paris, to carry on her mother's legacy. We will always cherish Celeste's beautiful spirit and the wonderful memories we keep deeply rooted in our hearts. And finally, our deep appreciation and gratitude to the past and present honorable presidents, vice presidents, Congress, governors, mayors, other state, federal, and city officials, agencies, the 9/11 Memorial and Museum, the volunteers, and to everyone responsible for providing the 9/11 families with support, and for this magnificent venue.
to pay tribute and honor to our loved ones. You bring life to Celeste and to all those who perished that day. Because of you, they will be remembered in history, never to be lost and never to be forgotten. We are truly grateful. Thank you and God bless you.
Very good. And my uncle, the coolest uncle a girl could have, David M. Ruddle. I'm very grateful for all of the time that we got to spend together. I know that you're here in spirit. We love and miss you very much.
Robert Andrew Spencer.
Mary Rubino Sperando.
Frank Spinelli.
William E. Spitz.
Joseph Patrick Spohr Jr.
Klaus Johann Sprachkamp.
Saranya Sinuan.
Fitzroy St. Rose.
Michael F. Stabile.
Lawrence T. Stack.
Timothy M. Stackpole.
Richard James Stadelberger.
Eric Adams Stallman.
Gregory Stake.
Alexandru Liviu Stan.
Karina Stan.
Mary Dominica Stanley.
Anthony Starita.
Jeffrey Stark.
Derek James Stadikovics.
Patricia J. Statz.
Craig William Staub.
William V. Steckman.
Eric Thomas Steen.
William R. Steiner.
Alexander Robin Steinman.
Edna L. Stevens.
Andrew Steriopoulos.
Andrew J. Stern.
Norma Lang Sturley.
Martha Jane Stevens.
Michael James Stewart.
Richard Stewart Jr.
Sanford M. Stoller.
Douglas Joel Stone.
Lonnie J. Stone.
Jimmy Neville Story.
Timothy Stout.
Thomas Strata.
James J. Strain Jr.
Edward W. Straub.
George J. Strauss Jr.
Edward Thomas Strauss.
Stephen R. Strauss.
Larry L. Strickland.
Stephen F. Strobert.
Walwyn Wellington Stewart Jr.
Benjamin Suarez.
David Scott Suarez.
Ramon Suarez.
Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez.
Yoichi Sumiyama Sujikama.
William Christopher Sugra.
Danielle Thomas Sir.
David Mark Sullins.
Christopher P. Sullivan.
Patrick Sullivan.
Thomas G. Sullivan.
Hilario Soriano Sumaya Jr.
Joseph Suozo.
And once again, my brother, Robert T. Bobby Hughes Jr. You and your beautiful smile are missed so much. These past few years, Bobby, our family knows you have been watching over all of us. You were the best brother and son our family could have asked for. Your memory and presence is forever in our hearts and never leaves our thoughts. We love and miss you so much. God bless.
And my brother, Dennis Michael Edwards. As in the words of Macklemore, I heard that you died twice. Once when they put you in the grave, and the second time when the last person mentioned your name. We will never stop mentioning your names. And I cried.
Colleen M. Sapinski.
Robert Sutcliffe.
Celine Sutter.
Claudia Suzette Sutton.
John Francis Swain.
Christine M. Swerson.
Brian David Sweeney.
Brian Edward Sweeney.
Madeline Amy Sweeney.
Kenneth J. Swenson.
Thomas F. Swift.
Derek Ogilvy Sword.
Kevin Thomas Sosik.
Gina Steinberg.
Norbert P. Sirkowski.
Harry Tabak.
Joanne C. Tabak.
Norma C. Tadai.
Michael Tadonia.
Kaishiro Takahashi.
KG Takahashi.
Phyllis Gail Talbot.
Robert R. Tahami.
John Talagnani.
Sean Patrick Talon.
Paul Talty,
Marita Tam.
Rachel Tamares,
Hector Rogan Tamayo.
Michael Andrew Tamuccio,
Kenichiro Tanaka.
Rondell Sherry Tankard,
Michael Anthony Tanner.
Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr.,
Kenneth Joseph Tarantino.
Alan Tarasevich,
Michael C. Turreau.
Ronald Tartaro,
Deborah Tavalarella.
Daryl Anthony Taylor,
Donnie Brooks Taylor.
Hilda E. Taylor,
Kip P. Taylor.
Leonard E. Taylor,
Larissa Salon Taylor.
Michael Morgan Taylor,
Sandra C. Taylor.
Sandra Dawn Teague,
Carl W. Teepee.
Paul A. Techmeyer,
Yeshafant Mashwar Tabi.
Anthony Tempesta,
Dorothy Pearl Temple.
Stanley L. Temple,
David Gushoff Peter Tangelin.
Brian John Terenzi,
Lisa Marie Terry.
Gumati Takardine,
Harshad Sham Thadi.
Michael Theodoratus,
And my aunt, Colleen Ann Delacre, whose spirit lives on through her family, through my Uncle Jay's unending devotion to his children, through Amanda's adventurous spirit, which allows her talents to be shared all over the world, and through Michael's passion for helping and his gift for always showing others how loved they are. Aunt Colleen, we love and miss you.
and my beautiful mother, Deepika Kumar Sadaluri. You are missed every single day by me, my dad, and all your family and friends. We love you, and I can't wait to see you again one day.
Thomas F. Therakoff Jr.,
Leslie Ann Thomas,
Brian Thomas Thompson,
Clive Ian Thompson,
Glenn Thompson,
Nigel Bruce Thompson,
Perry A. Thompson,
Vanava Alexi Thompson,
William H. Thompson,
Eric Raymond Thorpe,
Nicola Angela Thorpe,
Tamara C. Thurman,
Sal Edward Thierry Jr.,
John Patrick Tierney,
Mary Ellen Teesey,
William Randolph Tista,
Kenneth T. Jen,
Stephen Edward Ty,
Scott Charles Times,
Michael E. Tinley,
Jennifer M. Tino,
Robert Frank Tipaldi,
John James Tipping II,
David Tirado,
Hector Louis Tirado Jr.,
Michelle Lee Totolo,
Alicia Nicole Titus,
John J. Tobin,
Richard J. Trudisco,
Otis V. Tolbert,
Valdemar Thomaset,
Stephen Kevin Thompson,
Thomas Tung,
Doris Torres,
Luis Eduardo Torres,
Amy Elizabeth Toyan,
Christopher Michael Triana,
Daniel Patrick Trant,
Abdul Karim Chikori,
Glenn J. Travers Sr.,
Walter Philip Travis,
Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass,
James Anthony Tratini,
Mary Barbara Trentini,
Lisa L. Tortorella,
Karamo Baba Trera,
Michael Angela Trinidad,
Francis Joseph Trombino,
Gregory James Trust,
Willie Q. Troy,
William P. Tasalpus Jr.,
Janetta Valentinova Soy,
Michael Patrick Tucker,
Lance Richard Tumulty,
Ching Peng Tong,
Simon James Turner,
Donald Joseph Chuzo,
Robert T. Twomey,
Jennifer Lynn Tismus,
John G. Yutzifer,
and to my brother Rudolph and Riccio. Rudolph, we love you. We miss you. God bless you. Keep us all safe. Thank you.
and my grandfather Horace Robert Passananti. I wish I could have met you and would love to have played golf together with Dad. I know we would have so much fun. I think about you every day and love you so, so much.
Tyler Victor Ugowan,
Michael A. Uliano,
Jonathan J. Uman,
Anil Shivhari Umarka,
Alan V. Upton,
Diane Marie Urban,
John Damian Bacascio,
Bradley Hodges Vedas,
William Valcarcel,
Felix Antonio Vale,
Ivan Vale,
Benito Valentin,
Santos Valentin Jr.,
Carlton Francis Valbo II,
Kendiala Van Skrinska,
Erica H. Van Acker,
Kenneth W. Vay Auken,
Firefighter R. Bruce Van Hine,
Danielle Ann Van Lair,
Edward Raymond Vanacore,
John Charles Vandiver,
Frederick T. Varachi,
Gopalas Krishnan Vardhan,
David Vargas,
Scott C. Basel,
Aziel Ishmael Vasquez,
Santos Vasquez,
Archangel Vasquez,
Sankara Satri Valamori,
Peter Vega,
Lawrence G. Valing,
Jorge Velasquez,
David Vieira,
Anthony Mark Ventura,
Christopher James Villalonga,
Loretta Ann Vero,
Robert Anthony Vicaro,
Matthew Gilbert Viana,
Joanna Vidal,
Celeste Torres Victoria,
Joseph Vincent Vigiano,
John T. Vigiano II,
Joseph Barry Villardo,
Frank J. Vignola Jr.,
Sergio Gabriel Villanueva,
Clarabelle Villalobos Hernandez,
Melissa Renee Vincent,
Chantel Vincelli,
Lawrence Virgilio,
Francine Ann Virgilio,
Joshua S. Vitali,
Joseph Gerard Viciano,
Lynette Vasquez,
Maria Percoco Vola,
Alfred Antone Vacosa,
Garo H. Vasquerigian,
Karen J. Wagner,
Gregory Kamal Bruno Wackler,
and my father, Edward Frank Pullis. Dad, I want to let you know I miss you a lot. I love you a lot. I joined the Navy because of you and for everyone that passed away that day. I was in the Navy 5.5 years, and I just got out last week. And I want to thank my dad for watching me, keeping me safe through my 3 deployments. And every time I would go outside on the flight deck, I would look up in the sky and see the stars, and I would talk to my Father and Jesus, and I would always see a shooting star, and I know He was there watching me. So I want to thank you for watching me, Dad, and I love you, and God bless America.
One more name, Mary Alice Wallstrom, and my sisters Susan Hui and Jennifer Wong. 2 words resonated throughout this country after the attack: never forget. Unfortunately, 21 years later, it seems like a lot of the country has forgotten. 9/11 Tribute Museum has closed permanently. We lost close to 3,000 people that one day 21 years ago. We've lost an additional 4,000 more since that day, and we're going to be losing more. The world may forget, but we, the family of those who perished, we will never forget. Thank you.
Honor Elizabeth Wynio.
Gabriella Sylvina Weissman.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Courtney Wainsworth Walcott.
Victor Wald.
Kenneth E. Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Roy Michael Wallace.
Jean Marie Wallendorf.
Matthew Blake Wallens.
Meta L. Waller.
John Wallace Jr.
Barbara P. Walsh.
Jim Walsh.
Jeffrey P. Walsh.
Ching Wang.
Weibing Wang.
Michael Warcholo.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Timothy Ray Ward.
James A. Waring.
Brian G. Warner.
Derek Christopher Washington.
Charles Waters.
James Thomas Waters Jr.
Patrick J. Waters.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Michael Henry Way.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Nathaniel Webb.
Dinah Webster.
William Michael Weems.
Joanne Flora Weil.
Michael Thomas Weinberg.
Stephen Weinberg.
Scott Jeffrey Weingard.
Stephen George Weinstein.
Simon Weiser.
David M. Weiss.
David Thomas Weiss.
Chin Sunpak Wells.
Vincent Michael Wells.
Deborah Jacobs Welsh.
Timothy Matthew Welty.
Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers.
Sue Wee Wen.
John Joseph Winkus.
Oleg Wengerchuk.
Peter M. West.
Whitfield West Jr.,
Meredith Lynn Whalen,
Eugene Michael Whalen,
Adam S. White,
Edward James White III,
James Patrick White,
and my sister, Siobhan Alicia Mentis. Anniversaries take place once a year, but we think of you each and every day. Today I was born, I became your sister. Today you die, you became my guardian angel. Days, weeks, months, and years have passed, but our memories of you stand still. You're sadly missed by our loving mom, Myrtle Basil, sister, Sharon Basil, brothers, Gordon Basil, your nephews and nieces, other relatives, especially your niece, Juanita Williams, who you were an awesome caregiver until your untimely demise. 21 years later, and I still have the shoes you were looking for that dreadful morning sitting in my closet. God bless America. God bless her fallen heroes. And God bless all heroes battling illnesses caused by September 11. We love you, we miss you, and we'll never forgive you. We'll never forget you.
and my wonderful, witty cousin, Sergeant Robert Michael Coffers of the Port Authority Police. You have two beautiful grandsons now. Your mom and dad are up there with you now. We love and miss you, Bob, till we meet again.
John Sylvester White,
Kenneth Wilburn White, Jr.,
Leonard Anthony White,
Melissa Y. White,
Maudlin A. White,
Sandra L. White,
Wayne White,
Leanne Marie Whiteside,
Mark P. Whitford,
Leslie A. Whittington,
Michael T. Woolley,
Mary Lenz Wyman,
Jeffrey David Weiner,
William J. Wick,
Allison Marie Wildman,
Glenn E. Wilkinson,
Ernest M. Wilshire,
John Charles Willett,
Brian Patrick Williams,
Candace Lee Williams,
Crossley Richard Williams Jr.,
David J. Williams,
David Lucian Williams,
Debbie L. Williams,
Dwayne Williams,
Kevin Michael Williams,
Louis Anthony Williams,
Louis Calvin Williams III,
John P. Williamson,
Donna Ann Wilson,
William Eben Wilson,
David Harold Winton,
Glenn J. Winnook,
Thomas Francis Wise,
Alan L. Wisniewski,
Frank Paul Wisniewski,
David Wizall,
Sigrid Charlotte Wiswy,
Michael R. Widenstein,
Christopher W. Wodencheck,
Martin Phillips Woolforth,
Catherine Susan Wolfe,
Jennifer Yen Wong,
Suchung Steve Wong,
Yin Ping Wong,
Yuk Ping Wong,
Brent James Woodall,
James John Woods,
Marvin Roger Woods,
Patrick J. Woods,
Richard Heron Woodwell,
David Terrence Woolley,
John Bentley Works,
Martin Michael Wortley,
Rodney James Wotton,
William Wren retired,
John W. Wright Jr.,
Neil Robin Wright,
Sandra Lee Wright,
Jupiter Yambem,
and my brother, first responder, who was an Army medic. He was a volunteer firefighter and a court officer, Thomas Edward Juergens. You are a hero. Not because of the way you died, but because of the way you lived. We all love you. Let's go, Yankees.
And my uncle Salvatore P. Lopes and cousin Vincent Francis DeFazio. Sal and Vinny, we miss you every day, and we both love you.
John D. Yamnicki Sr.,
Suresh Yanamandala,
Vicky Yancey,
Shuyin Yang,
Matthew David Yarno,
Mirna Yaskolka,
Shakila Yasmin,
Olabasi Shadi Layini Yi,
Kevin W. Yoakum,
Edward P. York,
Suzanne Martha Humans,
Raymond R. York,
Donald MacArthur Young,
Barrington Leroy Young Jr.,
Jacqueline Young,
Edmund G. Young Jr.,
Elkin Ewan,
Lisa L. Young,
Adele Agaby Zachary,
Joseph C. Zaccoli,
Edwin J. Zambrana Jr.,
Arkady Saltzman,
Mark Zangrilli,
Robert Allen Zampieri,
Ira Zaslow,
Christopher R. Zarba Jr.,
Abraham J. Zelmanowitz,
Kenneth Albert Zellman,
Shay Sheng,
Martin Morales Zimbual Tekatel,
J. Yao Justin Shou,
Mark Scott Zeppelin,
Evelyn Zeminski,
Yuguang Zhang,
Charles Allen Zion,
Michael Joseph Zinzi,
Salvatore J. Sizer,
Julie Lynn Zipper,
Joseph J. Zucala,
Prokoipus Paul Zulis,
Igor Zuckelman,
Andrew Stephen Zucker,
and my cousin Stephen J. Fiorelli. Steve, you are loved and missed dearly.
And my father, Wilder Alfredo Gomez. The last time I stood here, I was 8 years old. I'm 28 now, but the loss still feels as raw as ever. I miss my father every single day and mourn the memories that could have been, the dances we could have had, the trips we could have taken, the time I could have got to know him. I see all of you in our collective pain and can't help but think about the other families who day after day, hour after hour, lose family, friends, everything to violence perpetrated by people who are given impunity by this country's system in a way we never fathomed allowing with our tragedy. We should never forget those monumental losses of life like we never forget this loss. We ought to remember the teachers and children who simply went to school one day, never returned to their families' arms. We ought to remember the families torn apart as we put children right around the same age my mother arrived in this country, around the same age I lost my father, in cages at the southern border for merely seeking a better life. We ought to remember the people of color who are continuously criminalized without reason, their families and their lives stolen from them too soon. We ought to put as much money to education, mental health, and unhoused population as we do to police. Instead, we continue to disregard, marginalize, and criminalize our most vulnerable populations. We put profit over people, authoritarianism over democracy. My father came here to escape violence in Colombia, to seek safety and freedom like many before him, to have the best means of providing for his family. He worked an incredible amount to accomplish this up until his very last day when he was called in to fill for a co-worker at Windows on the World. I sincerely hope one day that the dream my father came to pursue here becomes real. I'll work until my very last day doing everything I can to help that dream become real. But like all progress, it takes a village. I have deep confidence that love will always prevail, much like it did on 9/11 when our family and friends became heroes in the face of hate. We all have so much more in common than not. My condolences to all of you. This is something you never really get over. It's a weight that never leaves your chest, but we can always rise from the ashes. Te amo mucho, and I hope I make you proud, Dad. Thank you.
Tara McLeod Gray,
Wade B. Green,
John Joseph Murray,
Ronald J. Volk,
Karen J. Wagner. And this is in memory of my cousin Steve Belson, who first worked as a lifeguard in Rockaway Beach, later joined the fire department, Engine 1, Ladder 24. They called him Mr. Ladder 24. They all had respect for him. He had respect for all of them. And I also want to thank some people out in Santa Rosa, California, Mr. Firefighter Don Ritchie, who generously donated with Captain Terry Morgan of CAL FIRE a beautiful painting that's going to be delivered to Engine 1, Ladder 24 today in memory of Steve Belson. Thank you, everybody, not only in Santa Rosa, California, but around the world. Thank you for supporting the firefighters, the police, the emergency responders. God bless America.
and my father, Edward Frank Polis. He worked for Aon on the 101st floor. He was the safety officer. He made sure everyone got out of the floor before he could start ascending down. So I'm just saying, you know, he died a hero, and God bless him. I love you and miss you.